Happy Wednesday, friends. Happy hump day. Welcome to Texas Sports Unfiltered. It is another 2 days in a row special 2-hour edition of Chaos Theory.
Yeah.
Not that. The crowd's going crazy. Adam Wagner, Rodney Rodriguez, all of you.
Not the crowd. I'm only the crowd.
That's right. Today is Wednesday, September the 24th, 2025, and we invite you to be a part of the program. Check in on the Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, chat lines. You can also hit the code text line, 512-222-9328. If you happen to be checking in on that free Texas Sports Unfiltered app, let us know what's going on. Let us know if the rain has hit you yet, if you're in the Austin area, because it's anticipation. Fall is here, Wags. You just can't. I haven't been outside yet. You just can't.
I was out with the dogs. We had a little bit of a
downloading here behind me. It's like I feel like I'm in like NASA. The TVs have been going crazy all morning in here.
We had a little bit of a drizzle this morning.
Excellent.
Not too bad, but I mean, just it's just touching on. It's probably going to touch on us a little bit more here. But anyways, good morning, friend. How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good.
Coffee going. Do you drink your coffee like you drink your women? Do you drink your coffee like you like your women? How do you take your coffee?
Strong and black, so yes.
There you go. I got a little sugar in my tank, I think, man.
Pour some sugar on me, says Wags, every morning.
I've been going to Timmy Hortons, right, and been getting those coffees.
Yeah.
That tends to add up a bit.
I know.
Right? Like those coffees can add up. If you go once a day, if you make it your day, that's $25 a week, right?
Yeah.
Think about it. That's $25 a week.
Yeah,
we bought. Well, let me walk that back. We didn't buy it. All right, like my sister-in-law was kind enough to generously donate and gift her. I guess she had 2 of them, but she recently had a divorce, so she had 2 coffee machines. So we got one hell of a coffee machine, man. It's an iced coffee maker and a hot coffee. It's a Ninja. It's one of those things called a Ninja. It does all kinds of things, man. It's great. But anyways, I went out to HEB and bought me a little bit of caramel drizzle, right? And I got me some vanilla pump syrup. Yeah, I've been making myself some caramel macchiatos, baby. And instead of spending me some $5 a day, I've been making myself my own little Wagner caramel macchiatos.
So are you what is it everybody likes right now this time of year? Pumpkin spice?
I don't drink that shit.
I don't know what that is. That's just like a flavoring or something?
Yeah, it's a flavor. It tastes kind of like cinnamon, dude. My wife loves them, right? It tastes like it's pumpkin flavor. It tastes like it's a good October fall drink, I guess. I don't dig the flavor. I don't like hazelnut. I don't like pumpkin spice. I don't like any of the crazy. I like macadamia nut every now and then, but I like regular coffee, and I like to put my own little sugar in it. You know what I mean? Yeah. I like to put my own little sweetness.
Yeah, dude, I'm boring. I think people know I'm very boring. It's just straight black coffee. Don't do anything to it. I make it here. I mean, every now and then, I may run.
How strong's the roast? Is it a dark? Is it a real dark?
Yeah.
Okay, I like a very dark, strong roast.
Yeah.
Right. But I doctor it up. I'll put some sugar in it and stuff like that. I never used to do that. When I was in the Marine Corps, I used to just drink it black. We didn't have time, right? You just drank the damn thing black.
And I've always had coffee. And I think at one point I really thought that I needed it to kind of kickstart my day or whatever. But now it's just kind of part of the morning routine, where it's like you go down there and you pour it and you drink it. And it's like, okay, that part's done. I've checked that off my list today.
Go downstairs, let the dogs out, turn the coffee machine on, right? Go out with the dogs, hear the coffee machine, come back in, make the coffee, go back out with the dogs. Right? Yeah. Especially now with the jungle gym out there with the pool and the excavation and shit, you got to make sure that everybody's okay. Go outside with the dogs, and then when it's time to come back up, refill my cup real quick and remake my drink, and then make sure the dogs are okay until I guess I'm gonna have to go get that's another thing I need to remind you of. Katie's gonna take off in about an hour, so I gotta go make sure the dogs are up here.
Oh yeah, no problem, dude. We got it. It.
That'll only take like a minute, so we can run a little covert ad there.
Yeah, there you go. Bucky and BK back tomorrow. They will be back tomorrow. I saw on X somebody said, I hope Bucky and BK are okay. They're totally fine.
Yeah, they didn't get detained or anything like Uncle Ronnie does.
No, they did not. They don't have that problem. And then today, programming note coming up at 9:00. It'll be Chris Phillips and Cole Thompson, SEC Unfiltered coming up after us. So they've got a lot to talk about, as do we.
Yeah, I mean, there's big things going down in the SEC. John Mateer, huh? I mean, that's on our docket today too, right? John
Mateer having surgery. He may be having surgery right now on his hand. So it looks like Texas is going to not get him.
So I heard that John Mateer is getting surgery done because he did The Stranger. Is that like he was new to Oklahoma and he was trying to find some, I don't know, he's trying to find some correlation and trying to find like
some strange,
some friends. So he some strange, I guess, right? So they said, hey man, you know, you'll have a Heisman career or a Heisman Trophy season if you do The Stranger.
Yeah.
And he sat on his hand and went numb for a while, and then it started stroking it, and it went too numb. I guess he went to war with that bad boy.
Hey, it is what it is. Whatever.
I kid, that's not real. It's chaos theory.
They're pretty weird over there in those parts. It's a
little weird up in the flat.
That's a whole different little vibe over there. Kind of
the wind doesn't just come sweeping down the plains. Yeah. If you know what I mean.
That's exactly right. Yeah. So we've got that, and then of course Texas knows their opponents in football through 2029. We've got that.
Yeah, but here's the joke on this, right? Like, I'm not even ready to talk about Florida yet. Right, like we still got 2 weeks till Florida, and now we're already talking about 2016.
That's a weird thing where it's like folks are all excited about going to LSU next year. I'm like,
no, I mean, it's an experience, right? Going to Death Valley is an experience.
Yeah,
right. And that's kind of why I'm excited about it. It's the tour. It's the planning. It's people like you and me right now getting ready. All right, we can plan our trip. We can plan our tour dates, right? When we're going around. I would love to go to Death Valley.
I'd like to go to that one.
That's a venue, and that's something that we should put on here for our top 5. We got top 5 today too.
Oh shit!
Top 5, and did you do the top 5?
What is it?
I guess you didn't do the top 5.
Well, I can come up with it. We got time. It's
movies. I'm not gonna. You had a week to do it. That's why we did it on Wednesday. You had a week.
Oh, I got all thrown off. What was it? Top 5 what?
Movie soundtracks.
Oh, that's all right. I know them.
No, we'll give you a day. We'll roll it out on Friday. Tomorrow.
Maybe for TNF preview. But I got 3 of them in my head right now.
Yeah, it's Hans Zimmer. All Hans Zimmer.
Oh shit, my bad, dude. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. And then, but I mean, at least we can spin the wheel today and get it.
Yeah,
we can get our second topic going down.
Yeah.
We can spin that. What else is on the slate?
Also on the dart to start. Are you okay, dude? Are you?
I think I am. I think I'm ready. And we talked about this, right? Like it wouldn't go that long, right? And we're kind of towards the end of the quarter season, right? The quarter of the season where Dable's gonna start the press a little bit now, and look, we talked about it on Monday, was it, where Collinsworth said on the broadcast for Monday night or for Sunday Night Football rather that, or excuse me, no, it was Collinsworth. I was going to say Aikman, but it was Collinsworth, where Collinsworth told Tirico that usually the coach is drafting the quarterback for the next coach coming in. I don't think that is the issue here in New York. I will reiterate on this. I believe Dable is desperate and doing anything that he can prove to the MORE family that he is the guy for the job, and that the general manager is the person getting in the way and having the setbacks for the organization, right? Wants to bring in his Josh Allen beta, insert Jackson Dart a little bit too soon, I think. But ultimately, I mean, look, after Russell Wilson just had that, return to God moment to the Cowboys, and
thanks, Dallas.
The Cowboys are bad.
Hey, you take that back.
The Cowboys are struggling on defense. Okay, they're trying to figure out their ways. They're trying to right the ship.
They're still selling a lot of these, though. Still selling a lot of these. That's all that matters.
That's what they do. They're great at that. Should have been a barn burner for Dallas, right? Now I get it, like New York's got a decent defense, but still, like, there's no way that a 37-year-old Russell Wilson should be playing the way that he did against the Dallas Cowboys defense. And I get it, they were absent Micah Parsons. I don't care. The Giants are a bad team.
Yeah.
And honestly, like the word was out, like neighbors, nobody could cover neighbors. Diggs could not cover neighbors that day. So just throw neighbors the ball. But ultimately, I'm not ready to insert Jackson Dart. I would love to, I'd love to see him, take off and do great things. But let's understand, like you're one of the best, you're one of the worst teams in the league right now. Embrace that, right? Don't try and make that better. Don't try and make that any better than what it is. Embrace it. Lose.
They want to be third in the division, buddy. They see an opportunity to be third in the division, not last.
I'm just saying, don't try and squabble and make something more than what it's not. And then ultimately you're just in purgatory for another 3 or 4 years, right? When you're trying to just turn up something and get out of the bottom of the bin, when you can embrace that you don't have a good team and it sucks to lose, but just kind of wearing on the chin, go out and get another first round draft pick. Maybe you can turn it into this, maybe you can package something and get, a dual first round day. And maybe you can get some magic happen in that locker room right now, because it's got to come from the youth. I don't think it's going to be coming from the free agency or anything like that. It's too thin, and there's too much to supplement. There's too many vulnerable spots, and too thin of a free agency for it.
So we'll
hit that. I'm happy. I'm excited. I can't wait to see what Jackson Dart can do. But at what expense? I don't want to see. It's the same thing with Cam Ward. I don't want to see Cam Ward get hurt. Like if I know you spent that money on him and you got to justify a first round pick, right?
Yeah.
However, is it worth risking your franchise?
Yeah. We'll hit that. More NFL news, player news with the Texans. We'll talk about that. Robot umpires are coming. We'll touch on that, and then
are they already here?
They'll be utilized more.
I know, but you could argue that some umpires are already robots, right?
Yeah. And it looks like the inevitable is about to happen as soon as today in Major League Baseball. Touch on that as well. All of that today.
The inevitable.
The inevitable.
The Astros are going to win the West?
I think it's over.
You're writing them off. Condolences.
I think it's finally ending, dude. I think it's finally over because Seattle has clinched, and I think it's
done. Call out taps, or bring on commence taps. Yeah, there you go. Boom, boom, boom. There it is. Man, we're
you know what else is over? We didn't touch on, even mention yet.
What's that?
Where are we at in society today?
Done.
He gone.
He is done. The knee-jerk reaction. Well, I guess it's not really a knee-jerk reaction. After underperforming mightily last season and the hellacious start out of the gate to this campaign, Oklahoma State has removed the staple, iconic Mike Gundy, who 30 years. It was 30 years. Was that the anniversary 30 years ago today that he did that?
The day it was Monday. It was Monday when they did that. It's like, damn. I wish he got an exit press conference. Because remember, he gave us some sound the other day where he was talking shit about Oregon.
Yeah, and how'd that go? That didn't really go to his that didn't come to his fruition that well. I don't know. Where are you at with this? Do you agree that it's time for Oklahoma State in the Pokes to make a new move and go another direction instead of Mike Gundy? He again, he's a staple, and I think if he wants to coach again, he could probably find a job somewhere pretty quick, I would think. But ultimately, I don't know if Gundy wants to sign back up for something like that. That was a long tenure. That was a long run.
He is Oklahoma State football,
right? He is. Yeah.
I think what they should have done, because this was talked about last year, because they were a disaster last year, with pretty high expectations.
With a decent team, you thought, right? I think they returned 7 on offense and 8 on D. They had a core. I know they had a core nucleus coming back, and I think they had 9 on defense. As a matter of fact, and they were pretty.
They started out, you're thinking, oh man, yeah,
right. I picked them to represent, or at least to play in the Big 12 championship.
Yeah, and there's like Wile E. Coyote at the
Right.
end
It
of
was
them.
off. Yeah. Absolutely straight off the cliff, man.
Like Acme. I think what they should have done, honestly, is you make this move before the season. I wouldn't have started the season and then fired him.
Would you
really
have,
seemed,
you wouldn't have made a midseason firing, or you would so would you have wrote it out?
I'd have let him finish it out.
Okay.
That's why I think a lot of this may have
this
been.
thing is going, you would have let him finish this out.
And I think what might have happened here, we'll find out, I'm sure, in due time. I think this may have been like a Gary Patterson thing, to where Oklahoma State is like, we're going to let you finish this out, and he's like,
that's kind of what it felt like, right? Like it felt like he had the reins, or he had a lot of the ball was in his court, so to speak, right?
And that's just respect for I know it's business. I totally get that. But when you have somebody that's done that for your program, like Gary Patterson did at TCU, you give that, they've earned that right over, when you build the program, when you build the brand, and that's what he did, Mike.
So what if you're just saying you're the organization, you came back, you come back to Gundy, be like, hey, look, we appreciate what you've done here, but this is gonna be your last year, and then ultimately, like, if you want to leave now, you can, but at the end,
we're going to make a change. We feel like we need to make a change. Yeah. So, and I've had just reading him, I know he's a character. I mean, I know that all that he is, but I've just had a feel this year that he just kind of didn't want to do this anymore. You know what I mean? He's been a little more vocal. I think he's pretty much known the science of how college football has changed. He's not the biggest fan of it. I don't think he's a big fan of his team either, with the results that you see. You can't lose to Tulsa.
But whose fault is that, though? Right? Like, he kind of made his own bid.
Yeah, exactly. You can there's one or two things that you can do when it comes to change. It's like number one, you can adapt, or number two, you can stay status quo and get the same results.
Yeah, usually that doesn't work. I say, when change comes, you either fight change, right? If you do nothing, you're gonna ultimately change eventually, right?
Yeah.
If you sit there and you don't act, somebody's gonna act for you. So either if something is coming up that you don't like, push back, right, and keep it the way that you want it, or be proactive with it, or embrace change and figure out the best way to utilize that. Like, for instance, AI, right? Like, a lot of people in tech are out of jobs. A lot of mid-level people in tech are out of jobs because their job or position got automated, right? The smart ones are going, instead of being pissed off that they lost their job, right? Embrace machine learning and figure out, if you want to stay in tech, right? If you want to stay in tech, embrace machine learning, figure out how to automate a lot of things, instead of just coding, because you can automate, you can go to ChatGPT and figure out how to code something and automate it that way, right? You don't need to be a programmer and go line by line and build code that way. ChatGPT can do it for you now. So ultimately, like, learn how to use the tools that are changing the landscape, right? Instead of just being pissed off that new tools are on the battlefield. Like, you gotta learn how to use those tools, buddy, or else you're gonna be irrelevant. So,
and you know what's really weird about that? I mean, especially when it comes to these college football coaches with the NIL and the portal and all that, what these systems do, what these changes do is, I mean, they correct me if I'm wrong, it kind of makes your job a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Well,
it makes so all the small little tasks you can automate it and do daily for you, right? Instead of having to take time out of your work day and go back and make sure things are doing, all you got to do is just give an eye and be like, okay, just oversight, right? Like, it's being drafted and the work's done for you. Just make sure that it's good. Now, if you automate something, you obviously have to go back and oversee it and make sure that it's good. You just can't rely on computers.
This technology is crazy. I was talking to a guy last night. He had posted some new headshots, for work or whatever the case is. And we were talking about this, and I said, dude, wherever you got those done, they did a great job. He's like, I did it on my phone. He said, I did it with Allen Iverson, AI. And he sent me the original picture that he took of himself. And now you see him in, like, the dude's in a dress shirt, his hair's all fixed. And
yeah, but you can see that it's AI though. Right,
dude, this looks like, seriously, I told him, I said, dude, looks like you went to the mall to the glamour shots and got that done.
Right, but I mean, if you look closely, you can see the small details. Like, I don't like AI for pictures. Like, especially if I'm going to do a professional picture, I'm not going to do an AI picture, right? Because it drafts up different. Like, it can give you two left hands.
Yeah.
Like, if you do your face in an AI body, it can give you two left hands or two. Like, a hand could be backwards. Like, there's still a lot of things that ChatGPT struggles. Yeah, exactly. It's all backed up. So
yeah, it's
still fun. It's it's cool to play around with those things, I guess.
And that was the other thing that we were talking about last night with the AI and all that, to where it's like you get, and it's the ladies that do it to some of the filters when they take the picture of themselves and like their eyes are like,
bro, that's where you're at. Okay, so now we're getting to now we've peeled the onion back. All right, Dr. Ronnie, why don't you just put your glasses on there and sit back a minute here? Let me diagnose a little something for you. Right, this is from as a, what would I be of yours?
Sports psychologist.
As a am I a client? If I'm sitting on your couch, am I a client of you?
Yeah, you'd be the client if you're on the couch.
Right? I'm a patient. I'm a patient.
You're a patient. That's right.
As a patient, as one of your patients, I'm looking in at you, all right, and observing you. I can tell where you're going and peeling back this onion. Okay,
with the women filters.
With the women filters, because I've been called on this too.
Right? Oh, you do that?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't filter.
No,
but I mean, I've been scrolling, and I'll be like, Jesus Christ, like, what the hell is? And then you look and you sit there, you ask the natural question: are those things getting bigger?
No, I'm talking about the face. I'm talking about faces.
No, but I mean, that's like there was one model on Instagram that I would frequently look at, right? And my trained eye noticed that, wait a second, this might be AI, right? Her face might be natural, but those things, they were a different size the other day, right? Unless you got augmented very quickly. Very professionally done. Those things are brushed up a little bit, and now you're seeing like most of the Instagram models on there. There's a lot of brush up in AI on everything, man. Even their faces, you can tell their face has a little filter on them too, where it makes their cheeks thinner or their waistline thinner or whatever. Like, girl, just give it to me natural. That's all I want.
Yeah, just let's enjoy the natural beauty. You ain't got to do all that.
Have you tried it nude? It gives you 2 Peters. Maybe it'll give me 4 then, because I already got 2 down there.
I appreciate the advice, there. I know what I'm doing at 9 o'clock. I'm not watching SEC Unfiltered.
Yourself a circus.
I'm gonna go Allen Iverson when this thing is done.
Oh, shit.
We'll report back tomorrow with the
we'll report, you decide
with the top 5 movie soundtracks.
You report, we decide.
The 2 Peters. Oh my God. So with Gundy, so now Gundy's out, and the 2 they're talking about GJ Kinney over in San Marcos or Jeff Traylor with UTSA.
That's where I was going to go, right? Traylor, but would Traylor want to leave UTSA? Like, I feel like that. I mean, not feel like, everybody that's witnessed this and seen this, that program is leaps and bounds with Traylor there, right? Imagine what he could do with resources at Oklahoma State.
Golly,
yeah, not saying that he doesn't have the resources at UTSA. I'm just saying, like, there's more. There's a bigger bag for the Cowboys, right?
Yeah. I think both of those guys, and again, I would lean more to Traylor because it's a longer resume that he has at this point. Because GJ Kinney, and a lot of it for me is because Texas State. I want to see him kind of finish baking the cake. Or what did Charlie Strong say? Because it's in the oven right now. I want to see GJ Kinney in the Pac-12. I think that he should be and again, this is just has nothing to do with the business part of it, but I'd like to see him be the one that takes them into the Pac-12 in their first season, because he's essentially got them there, because he's
and that's just it too, right? Like that's there. It's a new year, right? I guess it's a new scenery. You're in a brand new conference there. I don't think it's probably the best move right now for Texas State to kind of remove their the head of their ideology there, or I guess the skipper of the helm, and try and find a new place when you're trying to navigate waters in a new division, right, or a new conference, right?
Yeah, and I think that it seems like for UTSA they're going to be in the American. So if you're Jeff Traylor, it's like, okay, do I want to it would, like you said, it would just make sense
Right.
to take a Big 12 job that could lead to something bigger, for him.
And I think at this point right now, like Traylor's got succession in that spot. Like the offensive coordinator, I'm sure that's anywhere, right? But I would think like Traylor's crew's been with him long enough to where he can kind of not leave UTSA, with basically with their dick in their hands, right? Like just leave them out there with, ass in the wind, so to speak. They have some type of succession plan to have, a somewhat of a decent head coach. But I'm sure that they're knowing UTSA or college football these days, they're probably going to hire from outside. It'll probably be outside hire. So,
and this is a good call from Joe K, because seriously, I wonder how Jeff Traylor has stayed there.
And you think Pittman's leaving, right? Or Pittman? I mean, if it goes the way that it's going now, this might be Pittman's last year too, right?
Yeah, I think that this is a year, and then depending what happens in at Florida, I think that this is about to be one hell of a silly season for coaches. If you've already got them falling, well, hell, no, they've already fell. They fell before Gundy. There were two of them last week or the week before, so those two gone now. Gundy. But it's kind of a sad day with that dude. No, I mean, I'm not an Oklahoma State fan, but I'm a Mike Gundy fan.
No, I'm a Gundy fan. I appreciate good sound bites, right? Like,
yeah.
And Gundy gave it to us for 30 years. So.
Yeah. So Mack Brown has a chance. I think Mack Brown could come back anytime he wanted to. It's like, if somebody would say, "Come on back, Mack."
What is the age? What is the no point of no return age for you? What's the cap?
I would say
for head coach
Bill Belichick. What is he, 70?
That's 72, I think.
Yeah.
That's old. That's old, man. How do you relate to the kids?
Exactly. That's to where these coaches now, the kids are different, man. Kids are different now. It's a whole different
kids
vibe.
Aren't different. The wiring is different. Right?
That's
like
right.
The kids are the same, but the wiring is different, right? The instant gratification has just changed the game. NIL has absolutely just changed the game. You don't like your position that you're in, go shop somewhere else. You can find your way somewhere instead of patiently waiting to get to the top. So
yeah, these old dudes, that grew up with people just having so much respect.
Snyder felt like he was 80.
That dude had like
Snyder was up there.
tenures. Like 4 different times. I mean, that dude kept coming back.
He had 3 or 4 things.
Shit, we're firing the coach. Somebody get Snyder on the phone.
Yeah, we'll get Snyder. Snyder will come in as the interim, and then he just ends up taking over. That's like Patterson. Didn't only happen with Patterson.
Yeah. It's like, so get Bill Snyder on his rotary phone and let's get him, roll him back in here. But yeah, it's like these coaches to where it's like that their players have always respected him and all this, and now they got these dinglings that these young kids that have not an ounce of respect for anybody but themselves. It's like that's got to be weird.
Hey, bud, I'm sorry to do this to you. Can you fire one off early? I gotta go. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, we're at the bottom of the hour. It's time for our first round.
Coffee's burning through me, man.
Sponsor shout outs. We will start that right now. Of course, got to tell you about our friends over at Sue Patrick. It's a bye week for Texas. However, you can get all of your Texas merchandise, the best Texas merchandise that you're going to find at Sue Patrick. You want to make your way out there, say hello to Jay and the gang as they are out there waiting on you to stop in this weekend or today, whenever it may be, at 5222 Burnett Road. Don't have to park in garage hassles, none of that stuff. You just roll up and park right in the front. You get the caps, the polos, the ladies wear, all of that cool stuff is right there at Sue Patrick. And don't forget the Jelly Cats. And you can also get the Tyler Campbells are there as well. General Admiral Craven's books are there. There's so much for the ultimate Texas Longhorn fan, and it's the one place that you want to go. It is Sue Patrick. So be sure and check them out today if you get the opportunity. Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road, opening up here in just a little bit, opening up at 9:30. Be sure to make your way out there and get some of that amazing Texas merchandise at Sue Patrick. CovertBeeCave.com. Looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV? Jump online, check out the weekly specials. Make that purchase, and then it's the service after the sale. That's what it's all about there. Over 40 acres of beautiful new and pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs. It's Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction. The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Don't forget, code text line, blowing and going, 512-222-9328. Gorgeous Greg from gorgeous Georgetown checking in this morning, and you're absolutely right, my man. I just don't get it. Sometimes I just don't get it. But yeah, so Mike Gundy out. So that'll be the change coming up at Oklahoma State. That'll be happening very, very soon. And yeah, absolutely correct, CB. There is no way Mack is I got to tell you, Mack Brown truly is one of those guys. I heard him speak at a business conference. Well, he wasn't actually there, but he was on conference or whatever you call it. He was on video. And it's one of those things to where Mack Brown, he'll sit there and he talks to you. I can just imagine what it'd have been like playing for Mack Brown, because he's just so powerful when he speaks. And you can, when the dude uses words, he uses emotions and he says them in certain ways to where you just feel the impact of what he's saying. And right now you can even watch him on the podcast that he, VY, and our man Bob Ballou are doing. And it's just amazing to hear what he talks about. So he's living the good life here. And I can tell you one thing that I've thought, you know, with Mack being back in Austin and doing everything that he's doing here, is that for the University of Texas, especially with the current environment of football and transfer portals and NIL and recruiting and everything that we talk about all the time, that when you have Mack Brown living back in Austin again, and Mack Brown, you see Mack Brown at DKR and you see Mack Brown doing different things, and he's wearing the burnt orange and white again now that he can do that. I mean, that's like rolling out the ultimate billboard for yourself when you have Mack Brown doing that for you, because Mack Brown just he carries that powerful word. I mean, I said for the longest time when we were talking about having college football committees, there were any of these ideas came up, it's like two people. I got two people on my very, very short list. It's Nick Saban and it's Mack Brown, because those two guys are just that good at what they do.
Iconic staples.
Yes. And they say take a shit, and I say where now,
or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Where do you want to go first, man? Or I guess second.
Yeah, so let's dive in right here and kind of get this. Let me find it right here. I'm with you. I'm totally with you, Wags, to where we got a lot of football to be played. A hell of a lot of football to be played. But here's your 2026.
Control plus on that, Rodney.
Because here are your opponents.
Hit control plus to kind of.
Oh, got you. All right, control plus.
There you go. Keep doing it. Control plus.
Yeah, it ain't doing a whole hell of a lot. Yeah. Well, we'll try it right there. Anyway,
I can't see a damn thing, man.
Well, here's the 2026 opponents. At home, Mississippi State, Florida, Arkansas, Ole Miss. On the road, you got LSU, you got Mississippi, Texas A&M, Tennessee, and then OU is neutral, is who you got. So that's 2026. Let's go right here again.
You're going the wrong way.
That's making it smaller. That's control plus. Is there another one? Control.
There you go.
Well,
maxed out.
Yeah,
we're kicking ass today, man.
Got him. We got him now. Anyway.
All right.
But that's 2026. The LSU. We were having a lot of discussion.
You're gonna have to read them off, especially read them off for the people that's on the Coda text line at 512-222-9328. Yeah,
home opponents in 2026: Mississippi State, Florida, Arkansas.
Go slow. I want to hear. I seriously can't see. I want to hear you.
Okay, Mississippi State at home. You got that one to start. Florida, obviously, you go to Florida this year. Arkansas, there's one of your common opponents. Ole Miss, that's at DKR. On the road, you go to LSU. That'll
be a fun one.
That's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. Mississippi, I guess that'll be fun.
Mississippi State.
Yeah. Texas A&M. Yeah, And then you go to Tennessee. I think Tennessee
can be fun too, right? Like, I wonder if that, I can't tell. Is that a home? Can you tell if that's a home and home from that schedule? Was Tennessee a home and home?
Yeah, I'm gonna find a better graphic of that because that I don't
Well,
know.
you have the graphic right there. Can you not see it?
Actually, no, I can't.
Okay. You can't tell if Tennessee is on the schedule in 2027?
They are. It's that small though to where I can't see it. Yeah. So anyway,
I got you.
I'll find a bigger.
All right, man. Well, that's probably not the best graphic to go off of.
And then of course OU, and of course you got OU in the neutral game. So there you go. That's 2026 with your 3 common opponents. So you got all of that. But we still got a lot of football to play in 20.
Yeah, we still had 2025 to play with.
That's where everybody. I kept seeing all these schedules drop last night, and I'm like, man, we ain't even started league play yet, and here we are doing this stuff.
No, I mean, and I don't want to talk about the Cowboys and Dak all the time, but it is a big game that's coming up this Sunday, Green Bay versus Dallas, and if Dallas loses this one, there's a really, I mean, it's not times 2 or anything. It's not a divisional game, but still, it's detrimental, right? Like you're in a bad spot. If you're 1-3, looking towards the second quarter of the season, and basically you still have nothing to build off of from your offense. And the one thing you did have, the one continuity you did have with 100 yards throughout the air, is now resting on the sidelines and trying to get better, man. So Dallas is in some bad news, or bad territory right now, man. I saw that Parsons said that it's gonna be painful, emotionally painful, if he gets to sack Dak, right? How many, or will Micah Parsons even get to 1 Dakota Prescott?
The Astros, the Cowboys. I think he's going to have 2 sacks.
Parsons 2 sacks on a kid. Parsons gets 2 sacks on Dak Prescott.
Ain't nobody to block him. Shit, I bet the first one's going to be uninhibited. I think he gets to him without, maybe somebody grazes him because he's just going to be so fast. I hope it's only 2. See, now I'm back to. I had hope last week, dude, where I'm like, oh man, I'm feeling pretty good about this Chicago game. I think that Micah Parsons is going to be so. I sound like Chris Collinsworth. I think that Micah Parsons is going to be so fired up coming into Texas AT&T Stadium. He's going to be so fired up coming into AT&T Stadium. I think that he is just going to raise hell against this Dallas offense.
Well, he talks about emotions, right? And he talks about how Dallas is a home away from, where he grew up at, right? Like it's his second home. It's the family. It's the second family. It's the family that welcomed him in. So this dude plays with a lot of emotions, right? But he's also, sat here and said that nobody's embraced him like Go Pack Go too, right? So I don't make too much out of this, dude. I don't think it's going to be too painful for Micah Parsons sacking Dak Prescott. I don't think he's going to get 2. I mean, that's even for a professional to chip off 2 sacks in one game. That's kind of wild. I mean, it's been done before, but still, I'm not going to take the prop on that. I think he, it probably gets a half sack. Maybe he gets to the quarterback with another one of his mates there. But ultimately, maybe he records, a collective, sack from getting 2 half sacks or something like that. But I do think Dallas is going to struggle with the pass protection here. I think, though, that Dakota Prescott has enough in the tank, and he'll be looking for it, right? Because that'll be his backside. No, it'll be his front side. Though I guess depending on where Parsons lines up on the set or on the play. But he usually plays on the left side, if I'm correct. Usually plays on the left side of the line. So he'll be coming at Dak's face. So I'm thinking Dak can kind of be elusive a little bit and run away from him. And that's going to be usually the first thing that's going to, be alerting you, right? So I'm ultimately thinking that his backside's going to get, struck. He's probably going to get a blindside strip sack. That's what I'm thinking ultimately. Cowboys probably going to struggle here, right?
Oh yeah,
with the Packers, especially with the Packers coming off of a brutal loss to the Browns, and the way that they did it too, to allow just the kick to tie it, and the blocked kick, and then the kick to tie it, and then the kick to win. So just crazy.
Yeah, I don't. And it really is the circumstances with everything. I know that
I did. I said Dakota Prescott. I did.
Yeah, that's his name. Yeah. Dakota Rain, isn't it? Dakota Rain Prescott. Dakota Rain Prescott. But the thing about it is, Micah's going to say, obviously, it's going to be emotional for him. I mean, I totally get that, because he does.
I think that emotion is going to be gone in 2 seconds.
That's what I was going to say. When he comes, at some point, he's going to come, when he goes walking through that bar that they have to walk through to get out onto the field. I think at some point, this thing is going to turn into pissed off. At some point it's going to turn into pissed off, and that's when we're going to see him come out, and he's going to play lights out. I mean, he wants, and this may be directed more at Jerry. He's going to want Jerry to see what he had, kind of one of those things, right? When the ex has somebody else and she's all to the nines, it's like, you had this. That's going to be Micah Parsons on Sunday, and but in true Cowboy fashion, they'll make a game out of this. You just watch. You go and you get boat raced by Chicago, and you're going to come out and play like you did against the Eagles. You just watch. Well,
I'm going to disagree with you here. I don't think they'll make a game of it. I think Green Bay wears that chip on their shoulder that they're carrying from last week, and they beat the brakes off the Cowboys, man. It's going to be tough. I'd like to see, especially like, The thing that I'm worried about with Dallas is how do they supplement the yardage through the air? Like, I don't think George Pickens is the guy that they're looking for that CeeDee Lamb was, right? Like, George Pickens is a great red zone threat. I understand 100%. Strong, tremendously strong hands. We all know that, okay? Big physical target, of course. But he can't do what CeeDee Lamb can do.
No.
Sedarius can just carve you up, absolutely carve you up inside the hashes and outside the hashes, man. I guess I understand now why you're trying to get CeeDee Lamb the ball any way that you can, because Dallas you're trying to find some type of magical spark. I still think it's just a bonehead play to put him in the pocket, put him in the backfield, right? Like,
yeah,
I don't know. Like, and I'm not even a Cowboy. Like, I'm a Giants fan, and I'm irritated about that one. So I can only imagine how Cowboys fans are. Cowboys fandom, the boys. All right, where do you want to go next, amigo?
And it's with that, like I was saying yesterday, that there's other options to put in the backfield. If you were going to put somebody in the backfield, don't put that dude in the backfield.
Correct.
And now the fact that you're going to be without him for 4 weeks at least, I guess, if he's going on IR. So yeah,
Let me pull this up too. Let me pull the Cowboys.
This is not going to be pretty. This is not. Once you get past this matchup, and again, this one's been circled for the longest time. Once you get past this one, there are some.
It's been circled 2 weeks ago. It hasn't been circled for the longest time. It's been circled for 2 weeks.
Since the trade. Since let's just say that since the trade. So now, I mean, once you get past this, I looked at their schedule and it's like, okay, there's some winnable ball games in there. And then CeeDee Lamb goes
right away, right? With the Jets and the Panthers, you got two get right games.
Well, but with CeeDee Lamb, but now if you're not going to have CeeDee Lamb, I'm like, well, shit.
I don't know. Well, the Jets don't have Fields.
That's true.
Or I mean, is he still? I don't know if he's still going to be in concussion protocol. He's probably not going to be in concussion protocol. He'll probably be. But Panthers did just kind of spank 30, right? 30 on the Vikings. They went, or not Vikings, Falcons. There 30-0. But usually when you have an output like that, you usually have a natural setback, right? Or a natural kind of letdown. And come on, it's the Panthers, right, guys? It's the Panthers.
Speaking of the Falcons, so I wasn't keeping up with that game as much, but so on Sunday, was there a Kirk Cousins sighting?
Yeah, man. Penix looks like shit. Penix looks bad.
Right? Everything that I've seen from Penix looks old and slow.
He looks very slow. He looks confused. Bad, and of course, I'm not the quarterback guru. I'm not Bill Belichick here or Brian Billick.
Bill Belichick.
But he
concession stand.
He doesn't look like he's going through his progressions at all. He's misfiring mightily. Terrible throws. And the only thing that he can get in the game when they get down 2 scores, it's check down Charlie to Bijan Robinson because they can't get any separation. So it's just taking the underneath shit, and everybody knows that. So the Falcons are kind of easy to figure out. If the Falcons can set the tone early in the game with Bijan Robinson, usually they can kind of work and build off of that. But then they get in their own way and they step on their dick, and they turn the ball over twice, at least twice a game. Actually, I can't say that. I don't have that stat. It just seems like they turn the ball over twice a game. But yeah, Penix looked bad to the point where, and you probably just didn't want to get him, shaken up or busted up. The game was already in hand at that point for the Panthers, but insert Kirk Cousins, he didn't do dick either. So Falcons got some problems down there with the quarterback room. They've had problems with the quarterback room. We thought it was maybe it is the wide receivers not being able to get separation, right? Because I'm not seeing that at all from Drake London. Like once in a while, like he'll be schemed open, but usually, like when you have that type of size, he was able to do it at Penn State. Again, like I understand it's the college landscape and college, atmosphere, but still, man, with size like that, you'd expect, and especially with Pitts too, like being able to have that type of size on a linebacker or that type of speed on a linebacker and being an X factor in a mismatch. Still, nothing's able to get going there or just no chemistry, no synergy. For the Falcons, it's odd.
And that's I had thought, with the struggles of Penix, that's where I thought. But again, when you're struggling, you don't really even think about this conversation.
Maybe he's pressing too much too, like you said, like with the struggle bus, on the struggle bus. So maybe he's pulling an arch thing to where he's everything's just going so fast for him. So.
Yeah, to where it's like, you got Kirk Cousins, you've got him sitting there, you got to pay him, you can't trade him off. Put that dude in there and get Penix out and see if you can't deal that dude.
Let Cousins build his brand back up again and see if you can kind of supplement that contract, right? It's kind of pawn that off when somebody's going to be dumping up.
If you got to pay for this, if you're stuck with this thing, get the value out of him, get him again, roll him out there and let him play and see if you can't.
I don't know. I think at this point, the owners know what you have with Kirk Cousins at this point, right? Like you have this dude's the same or almost. Actually, he's 5 years younger than Rodgers or some shit, right? Like he's not as old as Rodgers. I think he is 35 though. So he's approaching that unfavored line there, the wrong side of 30. He's been over the wrong side of 30. You just owners know what they're getting with him. So you're getting a hefty check and you're getting mid quarterback play, which isn't going to take you over, championship.
Atlanta's going down that same road that so many franchises do, Wags, to where it's like with them, you had Matt Ryan, you had all those good years of Matt Ryan and the productivity of Matt Ryan, and now he's gone, and it's like quarterback hell. It's like,
is Matt Ryan a Hall of Fame quarterback?
Not first ballot. I think eventually he'll get in, and you know why he's going to get in? This is going to be another guy that's going to get in because he's pretty good on TV. The guy's pretty good on TV, so. I think he'll get in at some point. I think he'll get in. I really do.
I just don't know. Like when you compare, like Eli's a Hall of Fame quarterback, right? But if you put Matt Ryan and Eli side by side, who's the better quarterback?
Probably Matt Ryan. But Eli's got the gold.
Seriously, and I'm a Giants fan, and I'm thinking Matt Ryan might be a better quarterback than Eli Manning.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, the other day Peyton said that Daniel Jones is a better quarterback than Eli. On the Manning cast.
Peyton says a lot of things to little brother. Little brother has always proven Peyton, like Eli's the better athlete.
Yeah. Matt
Ryan. I'm team Eli than team Peyton. So
yeah, Matt Ryan was pretty damn good in his day. Doesn't have anything to show for it, but he really was. That dude was pretty good. It was pretty good. Jack Burton, yeah. Matthew Golden. Matthew Golden comes home on Sunday.
Cowboys struggle with
secondary.
The Cowboys struggle with speed, but the problem's been the timing for Matthew Golden and Love, right? And I have the Golden Love stack in my dynasty, and I've been waiting for this thing to hit. It's been rushed. The deep ball has been rushed just a little bit to where it's either overthrown or it's coming up short, and when Love's off his spot, but they are trying to get that connection there. It hasn't been able to happen. This might be the game to where it connects, because it's not just Diggs. Like Diggs struggled mightily against Neighbors, and granted, most people in the NFL are going to struggle against Malik Neighbors, right? Like he is a godsend talent for quarterbacks in the wide receiver room. He's that good. Might be very young right now, but might be top 5 in terms of speed, right? And hell, I'd have CeeDee Lamb. I'd have Chase, Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb, Of course, those guys, that's the solid nucleus that they're Amon St. Ra or Amon Ross St. Brown might be there. Maybe Nakua slips in there, right? But I mean, there's some talent around there, and now you have young talented receivers like this that are able to emerge and kind of show out. But anyways, I got sidetracked there.
No, and this is I told there is I swear this is the prescription for to make something come alive, to make that combination come alive, to a team that's struggling. I told our friend Mila, you didn't meet Mila, did you? No, that was at a remote. So she's a big time Bears fan, and she's like, the Bears suck, and I'm like, oh yeah, they're gonna get better this week because they're gonna get a good dose of the Dallas Cowboys, and and look at Chicago, 300-yard passer now. Crying out loud.
Well, yeah. I mean, Caleb Williams, though, like let's walk this back just a second, because Caleb Williams was kind of approaching top 5 fantasy quarterback status, right? Of course, after a game against Dallas, you're going to be well seated in the top 5 because of the letdown, or I guess the lack of defense that they have going on right now. But I still think, and Roma Donze has gotten 14, 15, anywhere between 15 to 20 points each week in terms of fantasy points. So this is a young, talented team that is starting to pick up their stride and find their stride.
Thanks, Dallas.
Sadly enough for Dallas, it seemed like they hit all pistons firing, that week or this past Sunday, right? Now, I guess Dallas has a little bit to do with it, but yeah, lack of pressure on the quarterback.
That's what I'm telling you,
you can't expect secondary to cover, professional wide receivers for 4 seconds. You can't, right? That's impossible.
That's the other part of it. Like I was saying on Monday, to where it's like, yeah, we can say that the secondary is horrible, but when you have no pass rush, you're not helping them. You're absolutely not helping them.
What's the number one way to mask a poor secondary?
Rush the passer.
Rush. You get a pass rush, right? You speed the quarterback up. He doesn't have 3 seconds to throw the ball anymore, 3 to 4 seconds to throw the ball anymore. Can't get to his spot and can't go through his progressions or reads, right? So usually it bails out the secondary a little bit because they don't have to cover 4 seconds, right? Or 3 seconds. So
JD Clowney's going to prove us wrong on Sunday. JD Clowney's going to get in there and rush.
Is that right?
Jordan Love. Right? And it's going to be like, oh my God, look at this. JD Clowney comes in and says, hell, maybe go get Gardner Johnson, put him in the secondary. The Texans cut him yesterday. Go get that guy. But that's where the Cowboys don't have the true pass rusher anymore. You did. And he's coming to rush your passer this week.
Apples and oranges, right, Jerry? Like you need to make a move to stop the run defense. And let me follow up with that. Did you stop the run? Have you been able to clog the holes and stop the run, stop the bleeding? But also, taken from the orange bin, now you're struggling with the pass attack or pass rush here. So
and oh, by the way, that great run stopper that you brought in, now he's hurt.
Right. Insult to injury, man.
Man.
That's classic Dallas Cowboys. Hey, what's up, Mark? We see you, buddy. Yeah. And Steve, Delgado right here, man. He's third in his fantasy league. I think he's 4th in mine. So I'd venture to say, like, throughout most leagues, he's a top 5 fantasy quarterback. Caleb Williams is. I know he was flirting with it before the week against the Cowboys. I'm sure he's got to be in there and seated properly right now.
Yeah. I did also see the question there. Titans and the Texans. Who wins? Somebody. Maybe a 3-3 tie. I don't know.
I'm glad that we're actually talking about this game because you guys, and I didn't want to bogart this, right? But we got some time. Like, we can make this breathe a little bit here. I'm in this Survivor League, okay? And it's the take home's over $15,000. All right. Like we were able to sit down and actually, look at the purse of this bad boy. All the money and entries have been collected now. It's multiple entries, right? Multiple entries. However, you know me. I'm a firm believer that, like, if you want to be the best, right? If you want to call yourself the best, you only get one shot. You don't get to sit there and go in with a 6-shooter revolver and sit here and say, these are my picks. It's Survivor. You get one pick, man. You get one chance, all right? And ultimately, I'm giving the rest of this contest, the rest of the contestants, a handicap, right? I'm the pro. Okay, so this is your one shot to get at me. You can have up to 10 or I think it was 50 entries. I think. However, I didn't benefit on that because I only took the one because I only need one. Right? There's people that bought 10 entries already.
I know,
and they're gone. They're gone. Eliminated. Thank you for your $100. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
It's going to the pool. It's going to the pool.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go. I'll be swimming in your money, bitches. Yeah. I hate when people do that, where it's like they're gonna sign up for something. I'm gonna do 5 or 10 entries. Just do one.
Just do one, amigo. Just do one. If you want to call yourself the best of the best, just do one. Just say, oh well, I beat this guy. But anyways, I digress.
Yeah.
Over $15,000 to take home, right? Where do this week is a tough slate. It's a tough. I don't know where I want to go here.
You're not picking Dallas?
No. Do I want to pick against Dallas and go Green Bay? Do I want to take? Is this the week you go with the no and take the teams that are absolutely going to win, or do you try and still be cute and save this thing, be coy, and save your juggernauts towards the latter portion of the season because there's still over 800 entries left in this contest? Excuse me, I'm sorry. Yeah, I had it right. Over 800.
I know that. I know that it's really hard when you have a matchup like Dallas and Green Bay because in name, it's huge, and it usually is a very good game. I mean, that's why I say that this will be the game that Dallas is going to surprise us and play better like they did against Philadelphia. Maybe not that good, but I don't see how Dallas wins this game.
I want to take New England because they're playing Carolina, right?
Yeah, but
New England gives me a little bit of pause. I want to take Washington. I want to pick on Atlanta too, but after the mishap of 30-0, you'd like to think that Atlanta comes out with a little bit of fire under their skis, and especially at home in hot Atlanta, and they try and make it a hotbed for Washington there, right?
That's where football is so great because how many Survivor League entries do you think Cleveland crushed last week?
Oh, I can tell you that stat, as a matter of fact.
Because
they knocked out 18% of the league.
Wow. Yeah.
And how many entries was that actually? 18% of the league. 233 people were knocked out just from that one contest.
That one game. And that's, you can go back and look at that. And in hindsight, you look at that and it's like, there's no way. This is the safest pick of the week. This is my pick this week. And boom, you're out.
Yeah, 343 have been eliminated already. There's 931 survivors still remaining. And the pot is over 15 grand.
Man.
Amigo! Pool fund! Amigo.
That is crazy.
Yes, sir. It is crazy. Absolutely. You know what else is crazy? It's crazy if you don't sign up for AV consultations. It's perfect season for football. The weather's turning. You got to get that chimney out there on that patio, man. Or you got to put a pool out there for these cooler nights, right?
Yes, sir.
Little Glenn Campbell with some southern skies, southern nights there. Well, no big surprise. You got to put AV consultations in there to kind of boost that feature up, man, whether it's audio or visual. They do the quality for you, man. Been doing it for over 37 years, been setting the standard. 512-255-8678. That's the number, man. They are the very best in setting the standard in it. Make sure you give them a call. It's avconsultations.com or go to the website at avconsultations.com and check out the gallery project done for over 37 years. You guys know the deal.
Yes, sir. Also want to tell you about OLIPOP. We talk about them every day right here on TSU. This is the healthy stuff right here. This is the soda that's good for you. I know that a lot of us drink a lot of those other sodas that taste really, really good. Well, OLIPOP tastes even better. And even better than that, it is very good for you. High in fiber, 2 to 5 grams of sugar. Super good for you. And the flavors are just unbelievable. You name them and they got them. You've got the pineapple, you got the grape, you've got the classic soda, you've got the orange great stuff, and it's good for you. Don't drink that other stuff. Don't be putting bad things in your body. Shop that OLIPOP. Actually, if you go to drinkolipop.com, that's when we first came aboard with them, I'm like, okay, I want to really check out what this is all about. That's where you can go and see all of the amazing ingredients in there. You can shop there too, for crying out loud. But the thing about it is, if you're out and about, your local retailers right here, whether you're not, you don't even necessarily have to be in Austin. Anywhere that you may be catching this, you will find OLIPOP there for you. Go check that stuff out. It is the new kind of soda, and it is the new kind of soda that is good for you. It is OLIPOP. Also, McCall Custom Homes, have to talk about those guys. Right now, you've got that little fall in the air. It's going to be a little cooler outside. You've got the outdoor project. If you want to get that done and you want to have that outdoor space, spend some time during the holidays, in your outdoor space. If you're looking to renovate inside, if you're thinking about selling your home, I highly recommend get on the phone with Mike McCall, 512-633-9580. Invest into your property. And like we did, master bath renovation, kitchen renovation, living room renovation, living space, add a living space, add a second story, whatever you're looking to do, take that equity that you're sitting in and invest in that. You want a new home? They can do that for you too. But explore all the options, and really all you have to do is make one phone call, 512-633-9580. Make that phone call. Check out the gallery of projects at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Following Mike there on Facebook, I believe it is, and watching that project continue to work itself out. Really nice chronicles that they're putting up as they do that there. Be sure and make the phone call. Get that free estimate. Mention Texas Sports Unfiltered. Again, 512-633-9580 for over 40 years right here in the Central Texas area. Family-owned, family-operated, serving thousands of folks and making them proud customers just like me. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. So yeah, the Cowboy talk. It's probably break this down a little bit further in on Friday as we get closer to that game. I'm really hoping that on Friday we get some inside from Nick Harris, just kind of the feel inside the building, because you can only think that coming off of what you had on Sunday, the deflated feeling is pretty much what you should have at the Star right now, because that was a deflating loss to where it is you're coming off of a win. And again, a lot of the projected conversation coming off of the win was, well, you were having a nail biter there with a team that you shouldn't be having a nail biter with Russell Wilson and the Giants. So the way that game progressed itself. But when you look at that big picture, it's a win's a win when you're in the situation that you have with the Cowboys. Oh, yeah. But when you have that optimism going into a game like the following week with the Bears, it's like you should have a lot of optimism. But I don't know how it could be described any other way right now than that franchise, that building just has to feel deflated. And with what's coming into town,
well, it feels like it's already been, one hell of a season and a half already.
And then with CD going down, it's like, golly, man, that's insult to injury.
Yeah. There's just never a break. It's what next? You can't win for losing, it seems. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, what's the next piece that's going to fall? I'm sorry about that. I had after I went to the bathroom, I had to let the guys in. Don't
say that. Don't say the next piece to fall, because I worry as a Cowboy fan. It's number 4. I tell you every time something happens to number 4. Holy smoke!
Depending on how many times Parson gets to him, this next week, it could be this week. You never know. Where do you want to go next, partner?
Well, we covered your man Jackson Dart. Do you want to go a little deeper into that?
Yeah, I guess we can. Yeah. I think it's probably the move, right? It's definitely the right move for Dable. You think that he's going to be pushing this issue, right? If you're just joining us in hour number 2, we kind of touched on a little bit in hour number 1. The Giants are making the move and going with their rookie quarterback Jackson Dart from Russell Wilson. Coming off of the game that, 2 weeks ago, he had one hell of a game. Return to Jesus moment there for Russell Wilson there as he embraced the sky and touched upon the sky with that moon ball and dropped it just right in the hands of.
That was beautiful.
Malik Neighbor, but also he's able to hit the long ball with Robinson too. So it looks like he was finding a little bit of some synergy with the team, right? And some reprieve. But if you're Dable, you can understand the move if you're Dable. Like Russell Wilson doesn't open up all of your offense, your entire playbook, your entire bag. And if this is Dable's last hurrah and his desperation act, you're not just drafting the quarterback for the next coach, Chris Collinsworth. You're actually doing this, for right now so that you can save your job and, not have the next coach come in.
I think you have to do this if you're the Giants at this point.
When they moved up and got him at 1, and again, it was only like 7, what it was 30. They had the 36th overall, and they jumped up to get him at 20. So it's like 10 picks or some shit like that. But anyways, they jumped up out of the second round to come up and get him for the first round. Do I think that I would have loved to see Jackson, or I would have loved to see the Giants wait and see what fell to them? I think Jackson Dart would have been there, but I ultimately understand with the sense of urgency of Dable wanting to go up and get his guy. Now he gets a chance to roll him out there and see, if this experiment is going to work. My question is it too early, right? Like, has he learned enough? Has he seen enough of, professional defenses to where he can kind of check out of bad situations and get himself, into better situations for a productive play? What about the meltdown? And I have so many what abouts. Like, I have so many questions and so much pause with Jackson Dart, right? The Florida game where he had the meltdown there. Like, if you can't handle that in Oxford and Ole Miss, how are you going to handle, a bad day, at MetLife or with the New York media? Like, and we've all seen, young quarterbacks with chips on their shoulders have that go right. Now, he had a really good initial, rapport with the media, asking people, for their names, and so he can have a face-to-face and an interaction. That was a very mature way to kind of introduce yourself. So hopefully the media type, kind of leans into Jackson Dart. But here's the thing. When you win, you can do anything, right? If you lose, it doesn't matter how kind you are. Like, winning cures all, and New York only cares about winning. Honestly, New York media only cares about winning. They don't care how nice of a guy you are, or how kind of a person you are. They want W's against, right next to the column for the Giants. Is it going to be too early? I guess we'll find out on Sunday, man. But I agree with it. I like the move. You weren't getting what you needed with Russell Wilson. Here's the thing, though: if it gets really bad and Jackson Dart starts taking a pounding, taking a beating, put Russell Wilson in. All right, put Russell Wilson back in. We know that we're not going. The Giants know they're not going to the playoffs. Okay, don't try and make this thing more than what it's not. All right, lean into it. Embrace the fact that you're going to lose a little bit, and try and build off of that. Right, find out where your falters are at, where your mishaps, your shortcomings are, and learn from your failures. Right, address it in the off season. All right, we need this, we need that, and get younger that way. Don't look in the free agency and kind of just try and supplement and plug holes throughout. Veteran wide receivers, veteran wide receivers, veteran offensive linemen, and veteran key cogs. If your key pieces are a young nucleus part of your team, go with, continue to build that way. All right. That's the only thing that I want to see. So am I happy that Dable's making this move with Jackson Dart? Sure. But at the moment, it seems okay, but I don't want it to be at the expense of the future.
It's a coin flip move for me, and I think the time is right, because what we've seen from Jackson Dart in the regular season. Again, we saw some good stuff in preseason, but this is different. So what we've seen, it's been design plays, kind of gimmicky plays. Hell, even the Cowboys defense figured out. When he rolls into the game, they knew what he was there for. So there's an element to his game that we haven't seen in the regular season. But where I think the timing is right, because kind of the misconception that I hear a lot of times, because it's like, okay, so let's say the Giants, for example, but they're going to roll out Jackson Dart when they get to game 7 or game 8, when they're out of contention. And that's when you go in to figure out the next move. If your coach is possibly a lame duck coach and your GM is possibly a lame duck GM, I would think that if I was the coach, I'd want to make that move sooner or later, because it's only going to help my chances of staying at my job. You know what I mean? So that's why I think the timing is right. And I'm totally with you to where it's a great scenario to where if it's not working out and the dude's getting beat up, that you still have, well, hell, and then you got another guy too. I mean, you got two guys that you can put in there and get that guy out of there to try to save him, but you get a good gauge, you get a good pulse on what this guy can do right now and what this dude needs to work on. So, yeah, I think it's a great time to do it, to be honest with you. And for Russell, I mean, Russell's going to be the good teammate, sit back and guide him. It seems like. So I think it's a good scenario. I think it's a great scenario for the Giants.
Rodney, I hate to just give me 1 minute, man. They hit me up one more time. I got to go. Give me 2 minutes. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. Totally good. Totally good. So what I'll jump back onto, if you're just joining us, we touched on this at the beginning of the program, but 2026 Texas schedule was released yesterday, or their opponents. Their opponents were released yesterday. Home games, you'll have Mississippi State, Florida, Arkansas, Ole Miss, on the road. You get that game that everybody's wanting. You go on the road to LSU, Mississippi State, Texas A&M, Tennessee, and then your neutral game with OU. So there's that. If you missed in the first hour. And by the way, thank you for checking in on Chaos Theory. If you're looking for Bucky and BK here in the 8 o'clock hour, they will be back tomorrow. Regular schedule goes back into effect tomorrow.
Yeah,
but
it's all kinds of crazy here at the house today, man.
It's like I'm telling you, man. When you've got construction, when you've got projects that are going on. I remember when McCall.
It's a site. It's not a home. It's a site.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. When those guys were here, I mean, seriously, it was to where it's like I would be like, and again, this is something like the wife is. Oh my God, don't do that. I'm just like, doors open, just come on in. Whatever. It's like,
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not like that. You know me, I'm a very private person. Like, announce yourself before you announce every time you come into the house, announce yourself. You know what I mean?
I think I saw a neighbor that would come in and get a beer and walk out when all that was going on. You know what I mean? It's just like, hey, I can jump in there and go get whatever. The door's open, the keys in the mailbox.
I saw Ole Miss adding seats. I didn't see Tennessee. I didn't see that for Tennessee, but it's all the Ole Miss was. Of course, we're on the damn admissions list for Ole Miss, right? Because Reed got admitted or got accepted into Ole Miss, but we didn't go. He didn't elect to go. None of his friends were going, so he decided to stay home, going to ACC and trying to get into Arkansas and Texas, one of those schools. But anyways, we keep getting all these damn emails from Ole Miss and saw that they were adding seats to their stadium too. So
yeah,
no, I actually got a email from Ole Miss that they were making something with a revenue change or something with their venue.
Oh well, I tell you, my wife, Texas graduate, the plaque's hanging in her office. They call her all the time. Hey, you want to make a donation? She's
That's
like,
it,
I
right
already
there, man.
donated. She's like, I already donated.
I always tell them, I say, wait until I pay my student loans off first, and then I'll donate.
Yeah.
So
there's that. What do season tickets cost?
I also saw that Lane Kiffin is his daughter is dating the linebacker
LSU
for LSU.
Yeah.
And they announced I guess they announced their relationship on game day or a week before game day between LSU and Ole Miss. And Lane Kiffin, of course, the troll of trolls, Lane Kiffin gets on there and says, yeah, take the over, buddy. Take the over.
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand what's he implying here, right? Like, will the because you can go, I don't know. I don't want to. I have dark humor. You guys know me. I have very dark humor. So I don't want to go down a bad hole or open up a can of worms that I can't put away. So
yeah, that you know what Lane Kiffin should have said. Lane Kiffin should have posted, she's as crazy as I am.
I'm sure she's probably twice as nuts, right?
Yeah,
she's probably twice as nuts. Anyways, where do you want to go next, partner? Where do you want to go next?
There they are. There's the happy couple. Wow.
How do you have this queued up already?
It's like, I just searched Lane Kiffin's daughter and it pulled up. Boom, there you go. God.
That's bullshit. You don't do anything that fast. You had this loaded up last night.
Oh, dang it. I'm glad. I had a funny video for you. We'll play it tomorrow.
All
Trying to do the BK stuff and find a funny video, and I actually found a really funny video. Kind of disturbing, but we'll save that for tomorrow.
So, and Jack Burton, JB up here saying supposedly Knoxville is the loudest stadium in the country. I would think Ohio State, right? Or maybe even Death Valley rivals the shit out of that too, right? Like,
did you catch any shit yesterday after we were talking about DKR being?
No.
Anybody give you help?
I'm not on social media, bud.
No, I got some texts from some friends who are like, "What do you know? You don't go to the games." I've been like, "I've been enough."
Well, that's actually true. I haven't been to a game in 2 years, so
yeah. They're like, you haven't been in the last 2 years.
No, I mean, I'm on Twitter, but I mean, like, other than that, like, I don't really, I'm only on Twitter so I can, get some guests or guest book. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean that's part of this job. I mean,
but yeah, I'm on InstaFace for pictures, right, or for scrolling, but
studying.
Like, I'm not in the land of crazy. I don't do that shit. Charles, I don't even know why Charles Barkley came to the land of crazy. Like, I took a note out of his page or a page out of his book, bro.
Yeah.
Leave that shit behind. Like, seriously, it is. I told you, man, I fought my war. Y'all can have this. Y'all can have this.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's, the Rocky Top. Man, I'm sorry. That's another song that I'm kind of tired of. I don't know why these songs, it's like, I mean, like, don't Stop Believing. I get it. I'm like, I don't want to hear that. Come on, man. I didn't like that song when it was popular. And now when it's
Journey, ask Tom about Journey. Tom McKay loves himself some Journey, especially on the golf course. What's up, Hunter? We see you, buddy.
I'll take it back. I love that song.
Yeah. So, Jake, that's where I was at for, like, I was initially thinking Ohio, like the big three for me, or I guess four, right? You put the Big House in there with Michigan too, right? But Ohio State, Penn State, Penn State, like Happy Valley can get absolutely nuts, especially during a whiteout and a sellout crowd, and there's just nothing around there, man. It's kind of like West Virginia in that sense. Only like Penn State's just a blue blood in terms of football, right? Like there's nothing to do for miles, so all they have is Happy Valley, right? And all they have in West Virginia is Morgantown and mashed potato and gravy wrestling, and man, I want to go back. Dude, did you see that picture I sent you?
I did, man.
And that's what. So now you understand why I said what when my friend said, "God, I'd let my daughter go to school here." Right? Like now you understand why.
Yeah.
Like that's an insult. You know what I mean? Like that's not a compliment. That's an insult. You know, coming from graduates of WVU, and the picture that I sent you.
Yeah,
from WVU girls, he was giving us an insult. But anyways,
and kind of I think the thing with DKR is, and Rob says on the Coda text line that DKR was surprisingly loud on Saturday, considering the opponent. Again, I think the night game, first night game of the year was all of that. I'm not saying that it's not loud or that it's not exciting. It's just not intimidating, like some of these, to where it's like, like when you hear the horseshoe.
Right, it's not a ruckus. It's a huge environment. It's a big house, right? But it doesn't get crazy.
No, it's loud. It's loud. That's what happens when there's 100,000 people there.
I think the craziest I ever saw was when the student body section lost their shit and acted like kids last year and got a call overturned. Right?
Yeah,
like that's the craziest and the ruckus I've ever seen. The rowdiest I've ever seen DKR.
Yeah.
Is that not a fair assessment?
And that's the perception people have of Texas, that Texas doesn't do stuff like that. And that's why that was such a big deal, where it's like these kids are horrible. They're heathens. No, they're not. They're kids. And it's like the Arch the other day, the Texas Longhorns don't do that. Johnny Manziel called him out. Johnny Manziel did the same thing to the same team. So those are things that Texas doesn't do, and it is. But like the other mentions here, like the Inner Sandman, I mean, all of that at these venues where it's like, whoa, it's like you get it, you just don't have that here.
What I'm adding that to the top 5 walkout songs to come out to, right?
Yeah.
Like pump up songs.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Hype songs.
Yeah, like if you had your walk up song. I don't
Hell's
know.
Bells is mine, dude. Like Hell's.
What's yours?
Hell's Bells.
Oh, AC/DC. Yeah.
Little Hell's Bells.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love a lot of AC/DC, man. I could go Shoot the Thrill too. Shoot the Thrill's good.
Yeah.
Big heavy guitar. Give me something with some thrashing in it, right?
Yeah. So I guess I need to go to a game. I guess I need to get back to a game and report back. So somebody hook me up. Well, I guess it's going to be a while, right?
Death Valley has 2 post field goals for a reason. That's don't hold on. Do most venues, right? Just in case it gets a little bit of shit crazy.
2 posts. I don't see a lot of those anymore. I don't even see those. I mean, I see them like at practice fields. You're talking about like the H, right?
Huh?
What? 2 posts?
Like an extra one.
Yeah. No, I
thought he was meaning an extra. I haven't seen an H. I thought it was only just the one.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I meant. H. The only H ones that I see, where it's like that and 2 poles, is like at a high school practice field.
At a high school venue.
Yeah, that's about high school stadiums don't even have that. Well, I don't know. The 2As might. I have to check next time I roll through a small town.
What's that?
I have to check next time I'm rolling through a small town for the H.
I got you. All right, man. Yes, I guess we'll be adding walkout theme songs or hype music to the top 5 too. Speaking of top 5, I guess it's that time. I'm not going to hold you to it, Rodney. I'm not going to make you do the list because even though we had a week to compile our list, right? To compose our list. You don't have your list on you, so too busy on that 32 team power ranking.
Doing research on Lane Kiffin's
on athlete
daughter.
of the week research. I got you.
Lane Kiffin's daughter.
Lane Kiffin's daughter just dialed up on a beat like that. The guy that can't even operate a music loop, but he's. Man, hold on. Let me pull this up. Let me screenshot it. Let me cut it out real quick.
I can't get a top 5 together in 7 days, but I can sure shit.
In a blink of a damn eye, my guy. In the blink of an eye. Let me pull out the wheel here. Let's get it going. Let's get it cooking here. First and foremost, let me do a ad for me real quick so I can add a couple of things to the wheel real quick, Rodney.
Yeah, absolutely. Rob mentions here on the Coda text line, I wish Texas had a really good walkout song that, with the stadium. Yeah, that's what I mean. And that's where I go back to where you hear that stadium go crazy is when they're singing Don't Stop Believing. And it's like that again, that's not the, I don't see that. I want to go run.
I want to hear it. Right.
Right.
Not the place. Here we stand. It's not the place I want to jam out to Steve Perry. All right.
Yeah. I mean, give me something else. I mean, that right there, it's not going to make me fired up and want to whatever. I mean, if anything, it's going to get me frisky. You know what I'm saying? It's it's not the thing that's going to just drive the emotion and like really piss you off and want to go run through a wall. So again, I don't know. What I do know, friends, if you're looking for something to do this weekend and you want to go check out something really, really cool, I mentioned it to you yesterday. You need to go take a tour of the Altstadt Brewery over in Fredericksburg. Lots of things to do in Fredericksburg. Fredericksburg is a gorgeous place to visit. And the Altstadt Brewery, you need to put it on your list of places to go check out if you head that way. And of course, you're going to that amazing brewery. You got to check out the amazing beer. You can check out the German Pils, the Hefeweizen, the Kolsch. My favorite, the lager and the light. That's my go-to there. And of course, Oktoberfest is October right around the corner. What a better time right there. But like I said, I'm a lager and I'm a light guy. So check out the Altstadt Beer. And if you don't want to, or you can't get to Fredericksburg, you can hit your local retailer. Plenty of Altstadt right there for you. All of your football watching needs, all of your baseball watching needs, playoff watching, playoff baseball. Now we've got the Ryder Cup that's coming up this week. You've got that as well. And you want to do that with the Altstadt beer. Get you some today. Get a 6-pack, throw it in the fridge, and you are ready to rock and roll. What's happening on Wednesday night? I don't know, but Altstadt Beer will always hit the spot. Get it at your retailer. Check out the Altstadt Brewery in Fredericksburg if you're out that way. Altstadt Beer, no impurities. No regrets.
No regrets. No regrets here as we pull up the wheel. All right. now remember.
So this
we
is
still
for
have- we
next
still have to
Wednesday.
make good. The category is top 5 movie soundtracks, right? And that's already, so we need to actually take this off real quick. Hold tight 1 second. Need to take soundtracks off.
You know, to my excuse, not to make an excuse, but to make an excuse.
Yeah.
Sometimes why I forget stuff is because, look, I went to the Rod Baber School of Journalism.
Oh, you just
So-
got it all over the place. Just killing trees, huh?
Yeah, so somewhere over here, I have my paper, like Bucky says. I have my paper over here somewhere. There it is. Top 5 movie soundtracks next Wednesday. Shit. Sorry about that, dude.
Hunter says, Rodney, if you were a beer, you'd be a stout. And Jack Burton wants to know, out of a draft or a bottle? Are you out of a draft or a bottle?
Oh, man, I
Or
love
you out-
bottle.
You know what? I think I'm out of a can.
I like cold bottle beer, man. It's although I do say that one of my other jobs is I'm an aluminum can recycler. You know, because I have I'm that dude. I'm that dude when the recycling comes on Monday, where you hear that. They're like, oh, they're double R's can. They're dumping double R's can out there.
So do you prefer bottle beer over can beer?
Yeah, if I got a choice, I love good cold.
I used to prefer bottled beer, but I
Yeah.
think now, and maybe it's just because it's Texas and it's so effing hot here.
Yeah.
I just feel like the beer's colder out of the can, right? When the can's on
Oh,
ice, then
The-
I mean, I know glass has the same type of effect, but
the real
still.
glass, because now they have the plastic 16-ounce long necks that they call them.
Yeah.
But the plastic bottle's like, no, man. It got to be a can or a bottle. Bottle.
Give me a can. Give me a can.
Cold.
Give me a can.
Ooh.
All right, so on the wheel, remember we're still doing the make good with top movie soundtracks here. On the wheel, we have breakfast foods, blockbuster trades, snacks, stripper names, oh candy, NFL unis, best hockey sweaters, adult film stars, retired and active, British pop songs, toughest stadiums. I guess toughest stadiums to play in. We should make that correct. And then walkout music, and then Hall & Oates. How did we get Hall? I must have been on one putting Hall & Oates songs on here.
Oh my
Oh,
God. It's
geez.
gonna land on
That rounds out
Where'd that
our
come from?
wheel. Yeah, don't ask me what I was doing, man. I'm looking. I don't see any cocaine laying around
That
house.
must have been one of those days you had Smash. Smash was in here or something, and he said
Maybe.
Hall & Oates.
You know what? I think that was an addition for Smash. I think that was Smash's contribution. He put in Hall & Oates.
Hall
song.
& Oates. That actually would. They got some good tunes. I don't.
I'm a fan. No, I like Hall & Oates. I'm a fan of them. I'm wondering. I'm trying to go back and think about when the hell that got on the wheel. I don't think that was a live edition. I think that was a text in, and that had to have come. I think you're absolutely right. That had to have come from Smash. Smash, if you're watching, please confirm. Did you send that in? Did you give me that idea?
They'll be playing Hall & Oates. You make my dreams come true. They'll be playing that one at UT too. Can you see the whole crowd singing that one? Because we're chasing a national championship.
There's Rich Girl comes off my head. Ooh.
Kiss on my list. Your kiss is on my list.
Adult Situation. That's a good one.
One of their later tunes, so close.
Adult Situation. Oh yeah.
That one song, So Close Yet So Far Away, I think it's called. This is a later song. I like that. That's a good tune.
Man Eater, dude. Yeah, they got some. You know what, dude?
That's what they
a
should play at
category.
DKR. They
that's
should
a
play that
vibe,
one at
dude.
DKR.
That's a vibe. You know what? I'm gonna throw yacht music. Because that is yacht rock. I'm gonna throw yacht rock. Top 5 yacht rock bands on here too.
We used to listen to that. I think the satellite radio would have a yacht rock channel.
One too. Van Halen songs. Hell yes, we're putting that on there. Van Halen songs. We can make this happen. Can you guys give me
good.
two more minutes to put these on here real quick? Van Halen songs, I love it. And what was the other one?
What do you do? Like top 5 Motley Crue songs? I mean, just play me some Motley Crue at DKR. Wild Side. Play Wild Side.
I'll do Van Halen for right now. Until that I just had it. Damn it.
It's like give me something. It's gonna fire me up. Yeah, I don't know. Cody text line once again. Gorgeous Greg, UT fans known as fair weather fans. Yeah, absolutely, fair weather fans. I think that you've got a lot more people that are bought in right now because your football team is performing better. To where it's like, I mean, how many people were jumping off the bus, when Arch was having problems? And how many people have jumped off of Arch's bus at this point? So, yeah, there's a lot of fair weather, I think, to a lot of this, but people are bought in a little bit more right now that the prognosis and everything that we're looking at is so good. And the more that you contend for SEC championships, the more big games that you start winning, that will only, help that fair weather. K-pop songs. My wife and her friends are all into K-pop.
I don't know. The only one I think I know is Butter. It's a song called Just Like Butter. And that's it. That's all you're getting. That's all I know.
That's Korean pop, right? That's what K-pop
Korean
means,
pop,
right?
yes.
I
got into Korean pop when I was eating Korean barbecue and watching Korean League baseball.
Yeah. Well,
we hit the trifecta there. All right, here we go. Eddie G with some K-pop, Just Like Butter. All right, we added it to the list. We got yacht rock bands / songs, Van Halen songs, British pop songs. What the hell is going on here, boys? Toughest stadiums. Let's hopefully we get something like that. Toughest stadiums to play in. All right, without further ado, we have a lot on the wheel to get to, and it's time to spin. Everybody spins and everybody wins here. I don't know if anybody's winning anything on this show. Hall & Oates songs. It's like they knew.
God damn it. Smash.
So
I'll tell you what.
Do we have movie soundtracks, but we also have Hall & Oates songs to go with as well. I'll remove Hall & Oates songs off the list. I'll keep it on there just in case we forget about it.
Find out from Smash if that was Smash's idea. We'll get his ass on here and we're gonna get his top 5 too. if that was his idea.
All right. No, because you gotta cut. If you're putting Hall & Oates songs on here, you have to contribute.
Oh no, I'll do it. I like Hall & Oates. I mean, I do like Hall & Oates. It's just kind of random. I'm like,
yeah, it's just. I mean, so maybe I don't know. I was looking around for the blow, looking around for the cocaine and shit. Like, I didn't go down a gag or anything like that. It's been a long time, so
yeah.
Don't know why it was on there.
Random stuff. Top 5 winger songs. Did they have 5?
She's only 17.
Kip Winger. I saw them in concert.
The only thing I know of Winger is she's only 17. That's
as
I taught that to my Iraqi interpreter. I had him teach that to me in Iraq. It's or what dialect? What I can't think of I might have been Pashtun, but Siafaka Sabotage. That's she's only 17 in Arabic. So
I saw Winger open for Rush at Frank Irwin Center in 1988, I think it was, and I saw that and I'm like, who's this guy? He's smiling the whole time. Kip Winger, just smiling the whole time. And they were. I like Winger. I love that 17 song. I mean, I don't like the idea of it, but I love that song.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of it.
I don't. I mean, even Rodney hears that, and it's like I play that song, and
even Rodney has a little bit of a.
I remember what
reaction. Daniel, yeah. Last of the Mohicans and Forrest Gump will always be top of the sound. That's Forrest Gump's an awesome soundtrack. That's a great reminder. I need to go back and try and squeeze that into my top 5. I had a lot of Hans Zimmer, man.
Zimmer.
I had not Don Zimmer. I had a lot of Hans. Zimmer
I didn't know he sang
on my list. But like I'd like Dazed and Confused is another movie that had one hell of a soundtrack too. I mean, just to close it out with Foghat at the end of it, man. Slow ride as they're going down to get the Aerosmith tickets to in Houston. It's just a great movie, great Austin vibe type of movie too, and I don't know, great soundtrack. Yeah, dude. But Last of the Mohicans, that's any type of just that victorious type of progressive music, right? Like we're victorious type of
galvanizing music, man. That type of gets me. Drums. I'm a big wings or saxophone guy, but percussion in movies, kind of gets the vibe going and gets my heart pumping too. So
yeah, the Breakfast Club. Yeah, that one song. Yeah, that one song right there is you hear that. You think of being a teenager. It's like you think of all your high school crushes and all that shit when you hear that song.
It's Simple Minds, right? That's Simple Minds.
That's who that is. Yeah. That's
when you walk on by.
But I like the Breakfast Club band better. What Right on Track. You heard that song, Right on Track by the Breakfast Club? It's not good.
Phil Collins is a great song. I just saw Hunter's comment on there with Phil Collins is probably that actual In the Air Tonight's probably in my top 10 of all time songs. Like that's just
that's all right. Yeah, that was all right.
Like you can listen to that anywhere, like cruising at night, going across country and just have that, just that vibe come over you. Or you could be doing, cruising to a mound of cocaine and find some Phil Collins on your speakers or
Altstadt Beer or OLIPOP.
Why I'm all over the cocaine today, boys? It must be this.
What's going on over here, dude? If I see a straw fall out of your shirt, I'm gonna be like, dude, what the hell is that? What the hell is that going on over there?
I don't know, baby. Wired up.
Yeah,
that was on Risky Business. There we go. All right, where do you want to go, man?
Dude, did you see Scooble hit David Fry last night?
I did not.
Oh man, it is a pitch. I think it actually went off the handle of the bat, maybe, and it hit David. It hit
in his hand. I saw a replay of it. I didn't see it live, though.
Yeah, I didn't see it live. It kind of popped up on that X feed that we have to have for work. Hit that dude right in the face, and like Scooble throws his cap and he's holding his face. It's like when you see a pitcher.
What was the velocity? What was the miles per hour?
Dude, it was a fastball. I don't know how fast it was going. It was up over 90, but it's like the Scooble's body language. It's holy shit, this is bad. Cause that's where.
Well, that's your first natural reaction, right? Like you don't want to you want to win the game, but you don't want to hurt anybody. You don't want to ruin anybody's life or anybody's career.
Yeah. Yeah. Me being the emotional butterfly that I am, it's like, if I was a pitcher and I hit somebody by mistake, my instinct would be like, oh, dude, are you all right? And these guys are just like ice water in the veins. When they hit somebody, it's like, nah, no big deal.
Well, you can't wear it. If you wear it, you're going to wear it into the next batter and you might your psyche might be thrown out there too. So
but Scooble, it's like, man, it's been a long time since I have seen a pitcher react like that. And somehow Detroit lost. And now, I mean, they're we talk about shit in the bed. That's our Wednesday shit in the bed moment. Kind of,
man. It must be a full moon or a Wednesday. I just now and Jack Burton's putting. I'm not blaming this on you, Jack, but you're invoking some thoughts in my head, like top 5. What if we go top 5? Steamy, sultry, softcore porn sex scene. Man, I apologize.
Look, man, I'm not going to put myself in.
It's Wednesday. It's Wednesday. And Jack, thank you, Jack, for the assist on that.
I'm not going to say anything else. I mean, I can name you off some softcore porn actresses, but for detailed scenes, you got the Queen of Late Night. Was that Beverly Lynn? Beverly Lynn. I think she was the queen of Late Night. Oh, a beautiful woman. I mean, gorgeous woman. Beautiful woman. Top five nicotine patches I see in there. So it's like I keep getting free samples of Zen. It's like I go buy my regular pouches because I didn't quit during Lent. I lasted 5 days. And it's like I go by and they're like, "Do you want some Zen?" I'm like, "Sure, yeah, whatever." So it's like I have these. Maybe we'll give them away. Maybe the randomizer.
I'll take them. If you don't want them, I'll take them.
Oh, okay, yeah, I got them.
I don't use them, but somebody in my house uses them.
Oh, not my own. Zen is the greatest. Maybe I'll try them. I got spearmint and peppermint. We're doing the Sue Patrick segment over here today, but for 7-Eleven. So we've got this and this. Man, we should have done this at Jay's today. Can you imagine you and I doing the?
Can we get back to the sports? We've been a little while. I know it's chaotic. I know it's chaos theory, but we've been all over the place since the top 5 wheel. So
we
had a nice hour and a half of sports, right? And then the wheel threw us off here.
The
And
wheel
then
of death.
Jack Burton chimes in on the express here, on the Midnight Express, and saying, "Hey, check's in the mail, bud."
Go to text line. I think we got to put these on there. And this is our man Tom McKay. Top 5 recreational drugs. Top 5 public.
Yes, Tom from right field here.
Top 5 public spaces to have sex. From Tom McKay.
I gotta get permission from my wife on that, because I don't want to. I mean, like it's hell, man. I've been out of the game for 30 years, so the adventures that I've had have only been with my wife. So it's like I got you know what? Screw it. We'll put that on there. You know what? We'll put that on there.
We'll put that in there.
It's better to ask for forgiveness than ask for permission, right?
The drive-in theater. Tell it's for work. It's for work. I put everything on work. I mean, everything I do in endless sports on TV. It's for work. I got to do it for work. I got to watch sports all the time. You watch too much sports. It's for work.
That's now I do use that a lot.
She's like, so when did you become a WNBA fan? It's for work. It's for work.
That's where it's at. All right. What else is on the slate? What did you send me here, man?
So what I with baseball with the Scooble thing. So it'll be the
we talked about Mateer. Yeah, we did. We hit Mateer's injury first right out of the gate.
We just touched on that. Actually, I'm glad you mentioned that. So that was the other discussion. Now is where it looks like Texas. You may avoid Lagway. We talked about him being in a boot, and now I think Lagway will play. I think Lagway plays for Florida. Mateer, the surgery is today.
Lagway, we still got 2 weeks for that injury for Lagway to rest up and heal up, right?
Yeah. So I think he plays, but Mateer, unless this really is a strategic move where he doesn't want to play at Florida anymore, and he's going to somehow have the injury that will allow him to,
you mean Lagway?
Yeah, Lagway, okay. Lagway. But Mateer, this seems to be like a what did it say? Substantial time will be missed. So it seems like
you're having surgery on your hand, right?
On his throwing hand. Yeah, on his throwing hand at that. So looks like
I imagine like after the surgery, you're gonna have physical therapy on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's gonna at least be, I would think, 6. What's the extent of the surgery that he's having on his hand? It's ligaments, right?
That hasn't been disclosed, or if it has, I haven't.
Well, I'm assuming it's ligaments in his hand. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I would think so. And have to be honest with you, I didn't even know that it was severe enough that it could cause some missed time. To be honest with you, I knew that something had happened on Saturday, but this was surprising. I saw this yesterday, and I'm like, that bad? But so he's going to be out. So, I mean, if I know Oklahoma's like, well, Texas you're going to avoid him. I mean, okay.
Thank God. Honestly, seriously, like the way that they're playing right now, they could rival anybody in the SEC. I mean, that's not hyperbolic, man. They've been playing that well. And we knew that the defense was going to be able to come on, right? And now it seems like they found everything they needed with Mateer. Thankfully, I can't even say that. I can't say that. That's shitty. It sucks when anyone gets hurt, right? Now, it'll be a much easier Saturday if Mateer is not in the lineup, okay? But I never ever root for injury or anything like that. That's shithead talk. That's cowardly football. I hope the dude recovers and has a spectacular career, honestly, because the way that they were playing, man, they were on one. They were throttling people, dude. They were good.
I had to tell you, I did have this thought as well. Where is it mentioned right here from Joe K? I did think, especially after these yahoos pulling that shit the other day with the substitution player. I'm like, now this would be the ultimate in the Texas OU rivalry, to where it's like, oh, this guy can't play. He's having surgery. And
we don't prep for him.
He rolls out. Yeah, you're preparing for what's his name? Who's a backup? He used to be the starter.
I can't. It's eluding me at the moment.
He used to be the starter. So you're gonna have, and then this dude rolls out on Saturday at the Cotton Bowl. It's like, holy smoke!
That's gamesmanship, right? You want to talk about keeping things close to the vest? I mean, but see, here's the thing: if we're thinking about it, they have to be thinking about that too, right? That's what I always think. Like the things that I think about in terms of like safety precautions and countermeasurements, right? Like if I'm thinking of this, the enemy has to have thought about this, time and time again, right? Like and I know that's an extreme, thought and situation, but that's just where I go to. Like if that's where my logic is, right? Principles of logic. If I'm thinking of this, then someone else has had the notion to think of this, or someone has potentially thought about this before, right? Like, so I mean, never say never, right? There's always a possibility for sure. So if strategery is a big thing in their locker room, then this is definitely the ultimate gamesmanship, right? Sitting here saying, our engine that's been, moving our vehicle up and down the field all season long has kind of lost a gear, right? We can't move any further. And then all of a sudden, hey, joke's on you, bud.
And I mean, we saw it last week. I mean, creativity is apparently something that's in Brent Venable's wheelhouse right now with trying to do different things. That would be as much as
like this
as much as it would piss me off.
Like the
funny
as
shit.
Offensive. This is almost like the Ted offensive, right? Like this is, I would compare this to the Ted offensive. No, actually, you can't. That's awful to compare anything like that to, right? But still, this is along those lines of where, hey, false advertisement, dude.
Yeah, I don't. And that idea is apparently catching a lot of steam now, because it's like I've seen more to where people are like, "Is he really hurt?"
Of course it is. Give us a little marble. We'll turn this thing into a damn snowball here, or make a anthill a mountain.
Yeah. So there you go. So yeah, that surgery now, but expected to miss time. But that's where now the conversation is. Well, Texas sure is getting lucky. They're getting everybody's backup quarterback. They get all the backup quarterbacks last year and so forth and so on. But I mean, that's part of this game. That's part of this game.
Everything's done for Texas and Penn State.
Right. Absolutely. It's like, look, you can't change that shit. I mean, there are things that happen, and I'm here to tell you, as someone that wants the best for Texas, if John Mateer doesn't play, that's great. And if it's three backup quarterbacks in the next 4 games, I think that I heard yesterday, great.
Sure,
I'm happy.
Yeah, that's not going to be on the trophy, right?
Right.
That won't be on the trophy.
Yeah,
I don't care how we get it. I want the damn trophy. Hey, you know what else? There's a guy named Ryan Hurricane Hecht that collects trophies, and he's been collecting it in the law realm for over a decade now, man. And he's a new lawyer in town. And when the storm hits, you got to let Hurricane Hecht, have that call from you, right? Ryan Hurricane Hecht, the go-to personal injury attorney right here in our fair border of Austin. Proud Texas Longhorn, fighting for fellow Texans. Not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn through and through. He brings that same fire, pride, and passion into the courtroom. If you're injured in a car accident, you're hurt on the job, you got a dog bite, you just got to give Hurricane Hecht a call. Call him today, 512-938-8929. That email is ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. Ryan at HECT lawfirm.com. You don't pay unless you win. That's right. No fees unless Hurricane Hecht gets the green in your pocket. He's aggressive in the courtroom, compassionate with his clients. He knows what you're going through, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right. Texas proud, Austin-based, supporting local sports, local businesses, local families, and you. If you call him today at that number I gave you, 512-938-8929. Again, 512-938-8929. That email again, Ryan at HechtLawFirm.com. Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
Absolutely. All right, Wag. So here it is. It's here. The ABS. I don't mean anti-lock brake system. The Automated Ball Strike Challenge System 2026.
I thought there was already automated umpires or automated officials, right? Like you got people that give you the same bullshit night in and night out bullshit calls every. I'm being cute. I'm being facetious.
Well, the other day in San Diego, there were like a dozen of them that were bad, and it's like 2 days later this comes out. So, but I guess now what you can do, you can challenge. So each team you get 2 challenges, and you can keep you if the challenge is not accepted, you lose.
Yeah, we saw this in the All-Star game.
Yeah. So I don't know, man. I don't know why baseball, like with what football does, don't they have people in like New York or somewhere that are watching this? And what's his name on Fox? Mike
Where they got
Pereira or what? That's
Mike. Mike Perino. Mike Perino is going to come in here.
Mike, I don't know what his name is. Hell, every network has one. It's like they all have the rules expert. I'm like, why aren't you a referee anymore? Oh, they fired me. Oh, okay, you're the expert.
We'll make you the rules expert.
It's like all these fired coaches on TV. It's like, here's our expert, fired from 4 different jobs in 7 seasons. Oh, all right, that's the guy I'm going to listen to. Yeah, so no help from the dugout or other players. So yeah, exactly that. So here's your robots. Here's your robots.
I'm sorry, dude. Jack Burton on one today, man. But tears relieved. He put money on Texas in the shootout.
Check his PayPal.
He put a futures bet in a long time ago, man. He put his whole college tuition on it.
Yeah. That's hopefully he put something else on there. Hopefully he put like pizza. What do they have in Oklahoma? What's Oklahoma?
No,
Gumbo. Well, that's Louisiana.
I don't know what they have. Tri-tip. I don't know what they have in Oklahoma. I have no idea.
Cheeseburger.
I've only gone to OU for one thing, and I don't think we should talk about it on here.
I just like drive through there. It was like,
yeah.
My mom lived there for a while. She's
yeah,
like,
there's no reason to talk about Norman, Oklahoma.
Yeah,
no reason at all.
You'd love Oklahoma. She's like, there's a lot of historic shit. I'm like, yeah, if I want to see historic shit, I'll go to San Antonio. I'm good.
Right. Yeah, I'm with Joe K here. I enjoyed the All-Star format and the rules. And I consider myself a bit of a purist too, right? I guess I can't consider myself a purist if I'm embracing new rules for baseball, right? You can kind of fight the new system if you're the old head there. But no, it's I like it. You get a challenge every now, I think you get 2 challenges a game.
2 challenges a game, and you as long as you have them, you can use them.
Right? Yeah, exactly. There's no limit or there's no restriction or restraint of when you can use them. You have the entire game.
The key is to get them right. I mean, to win them.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I'm all about it, man. And I think the younger we get with baseball, of course, the faster it's gonna be, right? And I think you need speed in baseball or a faster game these days to kind of appeal to the youth, and just bring more eyes onto the game. I mean, that's the ultimate complaint about baseball for my wife too. Like, my wife loves going to the venues. She loves, getting paying the $30 for a hot dog and shit like that. But ultimately, like, the excellent food, right? But it's a great experience. But it's just so long. Like, by the 7th inning, she usually says, "Hey, can we go?" And if it's a piss poor game, I'll sit there and acquiesce. But usually, I like to stay the whole 9 frames, right? And that can turn into 3.5 hours, and that's why she loves hockey so much. Like, hockey's too. You can plan on hockey being anywhere between 2 hours and 2.5 hours, and you're out of there. You know what I mean? Unless you go to an overtime game. But hell, at that point, you're wishing for overtime because hockey's that entertaining. So
yeah, that's why I like high school baseball. 7 innings.
Yeah, I've heard. Yes,
this shit done. Softball, also, 7 innings. No, 9.
Pitchers usually get tattooed in high school baseball.
Yeah. Pace of play is important. The pitch clock thing, I think is brilliant. I think that has done wonders to speed the game up. Not speed the game up. Baseball is just a very slow game. I mean, it's if you're a football fan, a hockey fan, one of these just high energy. Baseball is high energy, but it's not high excitement, I guess, all the time, to where plays happen and it's done.
No, well, that's just it, right? Like, so a home run in baseball, usually that could be well, I don't know how true this is in modern day baseball, but a home run can swing the game from one end to the other, and in polar directions, right? So you think a 3-run shot over the wall, that's gonna turn the game for at least what I would predict 6 innings, you know what I mean, until somebody's able to play some small ball or get one on and get over and get in, and then maybe somebody gets lucky and hits one over 2. But usually, like, if you have a 3-run homer in a game, your percentage of winning improves drastically, right? Like just because baseball is so hard to come by with runs. Well, it used to be that way, but again, modern day baseball has kind of changed. So
yeah, it really has. And I think that is the thing to where baseball, you do have to make little tweaks to it to satisfy the new customer. I mean, because like you said, the youngsters, the younger people in this society, they don't have that attention span that we had.
I don't mind change. I don't mind gradual change, right? Like so much change all at once. It can be overwhelming. Like, and here's like they took the shift out, and I was actually a fan of the shift. Like I believe that you need to hit around the shift, you bunt and hit opposite field, do what you have to.
Just more strategy,
right?
Yes, more
Exactly.
strategy. Yeah.
So I was not a fan of them taking the shift out. People said it kind of killed baseball. Sure, whatever. But good hitters
it was different.
Hit around. Yeah, exactly. Take a different approach to it, right? Instead of continuing to do crazy stuff and what's the definition of crazy? Doing the same thing over and over again, and getting the same result, right? Yeah. Instead of hitting into the damn shift, bunt. Or go wait on the damn thing and try and take it oppo, right? And I'm not saying teams weren't doing that, but my point is it's a game of failure for a reason. The challenge is to hit past it, get through it, right? Not stretch the rules or rectify the rules to make it to where you don't have to go through that anymore. Also, just while we're on it, I'm not a fan of the ghost runner, right? I'm not a fan of and I understand it speeds the game up, but still, like you don't get a gift, right? You don't get a gift in a game of failure. You don't. It goes against the grain. I don't understand. It doesn't align with what we're trying to do.
If you get to, in my opinion, and this is for the quality of the game, if you get to the part of the game where the ghost runner becomes a part of the game, you don't want the game is not boring. The game is not needing to be sped up. It's intriguing enough that it needs to continue. It's kind of
right. And I see what Jake writes here too. Like the shift could arguably speed the game up because people can't extend innings. You can't have extended or prolonged innings, right? Because people can't hit past it. Yeah, I can see that too, man.
Totally. But yeah, these are little changes I think that are good. I think some people may think, well, with the challenge thing, that's going to slow the game down. I don't think it's going to be.
Challenges.
You only got two. Yeah. Well, the people that are saying that, my question is,
where are we at in society today?
It's again Mike Gundy. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you for your contributions, Mike. Hopefully you can get on somewhere at another institution, or hell, maybe even just be a talking head, right? Like that, and that's just it. So that's where I can see Gundy going. Like I don't think I can see Gundy gearing up for another 20-year run.
No,
at an institution, right? Especially when you're a staple or you're an icon at this institution. Like that's kind of where I'll always see Gundy, as just a cowpoke, right?
Yeah.
Now you want to take him out of, take him off the sidelines and put him in a booth, or hell, I mean, I'd even listen to him as a color analyst, right? But I'd love to see him as a studio head, just to hear some of.
If I'm Fox, I go get him, because their morning or their game day or whatever they call theirs, big game, whatever. There's
big game Saturday, big noon. What is it?
Kickoff, yeah, big kickoff.
Big noon Saturday. I think it's big noon Saturday.
There's pales in comparison to the other one, because when you got McAfee jumping off of the diving boards and all these things, while that's not my gig, it's that's not not my favorite flavor right there, but
it's tailored to the new crowd. It's marketing.
Sure is, man. It sure is. Where the Fox guys you
got Saban eating. You got Saban eating some grub, and Saban playing into it too, right? Like, and we get it. Like, there's with Coach Corso exiting stage, right? There's going to be succession. There's going to be new, new wave and new faces coming in, and that's Saban and McAfee for you, right? Like,
yeah,
Herbie's going to be around, I would think, for a good extent too, right? Even though he's getting more involved with NFL too, being able to get on Thursday Night Football and stuff like that, but Herbie's still going to be relevant.
Yeah, about the only one, Desmond Howard, is kind of the one where I'm like, okay, if he left, the show would go on, whatever. I like Desmond Howard, but yeah, I mean, they've got everything that you want there. They got entertaining figures. Look, Nick Saban has an incredible personality now. I don't know how much of that Disney and ESPN built into him, but you've got that. What's that lady's name? Jess. I mean, the nice, attractive.
I don't mind Desmond Howard. The guy I can't deal with is Matt Leinart.
Well, yeah, he's on the other one. Yeah, he's.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
my bad. I can't stand Matt Leinart.
Yeah. That
saw Matt Leinart in Vegas one night and just an absolute douche. I mean,
really?
He was dry. He was loaded. He was absolutely loaded and hammered.
He's a nice guy.
And he wasn't doing anything crazy or anything. But he just looked like a douche. I don't know what I can. Yeah. Maybe that's just my biased opinion on him. I don't know. But at the time, he's USC quarterback,
Mike
didn't really have he wasn't at USC anymore. He was at Arizona. He played for the Cardinals at the time, but still just looked like a douche. I always remember him as a USC Trojan. But anyways.
And I'm telling you, if Dabo chooses to not coach at Clemson anymore, the Dabo, the Debo Sweeney, Mike Gundy podcast, count me in.
Oh, I'd subscribe to that. I would. That would be appointment listening.
Yeah.
Right. That's something that would just be my cup of tea, bro.
Yeah.
Dabo, Mike Gundy just going off on people. Just absolutely.
Constant topic. The transfer portal on today's show, NIL.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's something had to be done, right? I understand that he's an institution, he's an icon, but the underperforming of the Cowpokes last season with having 10 returning starters on their defense, and also you go to their offense and they had I think don't quote me on that. I'll have to go back to Phil Still's magazine. But I believe they had 7 or 8 returning starters on their offense too last season. You and I don't know. I can't speak for you, but I picked them to at least rival Arizona State and Utah and represent for contention in the Big 12. And they absolutely just came out and shit the bed.
Yeah. And the thing about it is, I mean,
it's only gotten worse. So
yeah. It was just time. And the thing about it is with Gundy, I mean, obviously everything that he's done, again, to me, when I think of Oklahoma State football, I think of Mike Gundy. And it's like,
and I probably always will, right?
Yeah. And he played there. I mean, it's like, he is an institution, man. He is the institution. Absolutely. Hey, let's welcome in Cole Thompson.
And another institution right there, Mr. Cole. How are you, sir?
How do you guys feel about them firing him not only before the month of October, but also 2 days after he did a press conference? That was the weird part for me.
Yeah.
At this point, just let him go until week 4, and then we can fire him.
That was Mike.
So we talked about that in hour 1 too, right? Double R kind of hit that on the head. He was just like, hey, was this a situation where Gundy had done enough to where there was a mutual respect there to where, hey, this is where we're going at the end of the season. If you want out now, you can go ahead and leave.
Yeah.
But ultimately, at the end of the year, we're going in a different direction. We're giving you the benefit of the doubt because of the tenure and the years that you put in at this institution. We're just giving you that common courtesy to let you know that, hey, the end of the year, a new way is coming here.
Change is coming.
You are more than welcome to finish out the year, but you can go right now if you'd like. Right? That's kind of the conversation.
I think it's fine either way. I think the other thing that really played a big time deal, just personally, you got to look at what's going on in the current status of college football. As UCLA fires Deshaun Foster, you don't have a head coach right now at Stanford. You don't have a head coach right now at Virginia Tech because of Brent Pry getting fired, and you all could be gunning for the same option as your next head coach. So you got to get ahead of the curve. Now, a lot of these guys that you're probably targeting, they're already coaching at another school, or at least their head coach
or penciled in somewhere, right?
So it's hard to go ahead and get those meetings, but at least you can get a good gauge on what you're looking for in terms of your next head coach. Gundy, again, I think Wags, you said it perfectly. He is Oklahoma State football. I mean, this program is nowhere near any bit of national relevancy without the former quarterback turn into the offensive coordinator, who stuck around and got internally promoted when Les Miles left for the LSU job in 2005. He was more than just the rants. You know, you got to remember, first season had a losing year. Last season had a losing year. His entire tenure over the next 20 years, he averaged 8.2 wins a season.
Yep.
At a program that was not known for winning. I mean, it changed from the expectation going, we're okay making a bowl game every 4 or 5 years to we're competing for a college football national
Conference championship. Yeah.
We're competing for a conference championship. We're competing for more than just a 9-win season. We expect more. We expect to be a player in the Big 12. We expect to push Oklahoma and Texas and whoever is going to be that media darling of the other offseason.
Right.
We're the constant. And the problem was that Mike shot himself in the foot because if he wanted to do things his way and he never wanted to go with the times. Like the thing that we talk about with Dabo.
Not embracing modern times, 100%.
We talk so much with Dabo and who Dabo is as a person and why he is currently now public enemy number one about you're not one to get with the times, therefore you got to be shown the door. Gundy was doing the exact same thing. The difference was Gundy just said, I'm going to do it my way. You can get over it. Like,
No, and he was rewarding the players that had given back to Oklahoma State, right? Like that's how much of the institution he was. The players that were playing for him, he had that money. He had the money for transferring. He decided to reward the players that were already there.
He told us that. It wasn't like an underhanded thing but again, that's like you're saying, Cole, he is the institution. They do whatever the hell he wants to do. And I think that ultimately that was kind of what
bit of an ass.
You knew the writing was on the wall when he was at Big 12 Media Days talking about 40 new additions with the roster, he was still trying to get acclimated of knowing the roster.
Yeah.
Like that's dead in the water.
That's not supposed to be like that, coach. Right.
And it was so different because of, again, this is a guy who is known for recruiting internally, building a foundation, making sure that players are retained. They don't leave for other greener pastures, and it ended up working out for him. But same time, now you're in an era where you had to kind of overdrive all of these new moves because of you had to get big in the transfer portal of adding in pieces, and you had no time to build that cohesion. So you were already 2 years behind on a thing that was 2 years too late. And that ultimately was kind of the nail in the coffin. The loss to Tulsa, I mean, regardless, people want to understand, like, I do think that Trey Lamb is a really good coach, and I think that he's going to do very good things over the next 2 years to where he will get a Power 4 job in the not-so-distant future. But Tulsa's the smallest FBS school in America.
Right.
And you got out-coached, out-worked, out-gained. The players at Tulsa, if you switch the logos and the color scheme, one team felt like Oklahoma State, one team felt like Tulsa of years past. That's what it is. And so that's where we are when it comes to the frustrating part. What do you guys feel about next head coach? Do you guys have an early option?
I don't. I was assuming that they were going to go and promote from within, but also you made a great point too. Like they got ahead of was this forcing their hand because of all the other coaching carousel that's going around the college landscape too? Are they waiting to interview someone that's coming in that way? And we talked ultimately, like, it feels like the Cowpokes do promote from within, but in this day and age in college football, like modern day and age in college football, it seems like the trend is to look for Mr. Outside Hire, right?
Yeah. Well, Cole, I can tell you that down here, being in Central Texas where we are,
Trailer,
Trailer and Kenny are the guys that those fan bases are like, holy shit, man, they're going to come get our guy. They're going to get our guy.
So what's interesting is that we continuously hear about both of them being linked to the Baylor job, and I don't think Dave is going to do a bad enough job.
I don't think Aranda's going anywhere, right?
No. So here's the thing. I don't think Aranda is leaving because he's getting fired. But there's a rumor that has been going around. He has wanted to get back to the state of California.
Does he have another offer?
He's been wanting to get back to the state of California for a while. And with the UCLA job opening up, him to hit reset on his career, knowing that there are things that he probably wants to change and make sure that he's not having to play this hot seat game for a while. If the right offer's there, I could see him going. And that's where I think you more so have to worry about Kinney and Trailer.
Yeah.
I got a name that started to gain a lot of ground that I think is really important. Oklahoma State is at its best when the offense is humming, when the offense has a great identity, they know how to run it physically, they have a good offensive line, and they have great quarterback play. I'm calling Eric Morris at UNT.
Yeah, that's
I'm
that
calling Air Force.
program. Yeah, that is a great program there. Yeah.
They are top 15 in every single offensive metric this year, and they're doing it with a quarterback that never started a game in high school. I mean, that's where we got to start looking, I think. And the thing is that we're at this point, and it's kind of frustrating. Let me get your opinion. I'll let you guys go on this. There's so many names right now that are getting looked at that in years past would have only been considered for a group of 5 job.
Sure.
Prove it there first. It feels like that we're at this period where the hot shot assistant at the Power 4 school, because of the new era where you have NIL with GMs, where you have your own scouting staff, where you have your own recruitment group that kind of handles all that business, it's a little easier for them now to get, I think, a paid Power 4 job. Because other names that we're hearing, Colin Klein at Texas A&M, Will Stein at Oregon, Andy Kolonicki at Penn State, Jim Knowles coming on back in to Oklahoma State after leaving for the Ohio State gig. It feels like that's becoming a thing. And honestly, if I'm Oklahoma State, I want the proven dude. I want the guy who's already shown me he can coach and has been able to win in a program.
I think a lot of that change is relationships. I think so much of it is a relationship business.
Yeah, that's where I was at.
Yeah, whether it's with coaches or agents. I mean, at this point with agents,
or being able to connect with the kids, right?
Yeah.
Or does this guy have a pulse on the youth or the vibe? Also too, right? The thing with finding, your new head coach or your new outside
guys, I got a
hire,
9:15. I'll see y'all
later, bro.
We're back tomorrow at 9. We're back at 9. All right,
back
guys,
at 9. Back usual schedule tomorrow. The thing with finding, the next new guy or the next guy that's going to be the succession plan, especially in this incident or this scenario for the Cowpokes, is things have been going so bad at Oklahoma for, I want to say 5 years, but it really it seems like 5 years, but it's only been, underperforming for about 3 years. With the talent that they had on their roster 2 years ago, they should have been contending for a Big 12, right? But because of that, do you look for inside hires or promoting from within with the Cowpokes? I don't think you do. I think that's the reason why you have to look at the outside.
I steer far away. I know Zach Robinson's a name that's always going to be linked to the job because of it. I steer far away from Gundy at this point because I need to hit the reset button entirely. And you brought this up, Wags.
Blow it up.
We all thought, okay, I mean, there's things that need to change, but it's still Mike Gundy. Kyle Whittingham had a really crappy first year in the Big 12, and a lot of us picked them to win the conference. Oklahoma State has won one game against a Power 4 opponent since September of last year, and it was Arkansas, where they were trailing until double overtime.
Right.
They had the most veteran offensive line in college football.
Holly Gordon too.
Combined starts with the offensive line, the most important factor for me personally when it comes to building a team, especially in that conference. 117 starts, and you sucked. Yeah. I mean, you were awful on the offensive line last year. Ollie Gordon couldn't run the football, and Alan Bowman should have already been out of college and working.
Yeah, well, we know what Bowman was, right? He was.
So it's that's going to be the culture that you go into. Oh, we only go from within. We only make sure that we give the money to the players that stick around. Okay, so now we expect to go 4-8 every single year. That's not the expectation.
You're selling yourself short. 100. What's up, Chris?
Are we there?
Muted?
Can he hear us?
Yo.
Oh, no. There we go.
There we go.
Now.
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Living the dream, brother. Good to hear y'all, man.
I hear you, man. I hear you gearing up for another.
Let y'all get into the show, and we'll be listening, man.
Yeah, Wags. Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you.
Always a pleasure. Bear, what's up? I feel like I just saw you. Seeing a lot of you this week.
I say you see me basically every day this week. That'll be fun. I'm not gonna lie. When I texted you this morning, last night I was like, I'll talk to you tomorrow. I forgot that I was doing this with you. Not even gonna try to sugarcoat that one.
Yeah, and then I'm doing this again with BK and Bucky on a quick segment tomorrow morning. So it never stops, dude. It's football season. We love it. But football season is drinking water out of a fire hose. There's no doubt.
Can somebody tell me in the chat, why does Bucky and BK have a low management day? I'm just wondering, because I've been feeling it a lot recently, and I don't get any low management days. I'm just wondering, Where's my 72-hour vacation?
Yeah,
right?
I mean, dude, it is what it is, man. It's an all-out sprint. It's an all-out sprint for 15 plus weeks. So, yeah, we love it. But yeah, it's the reality of it. Really, I'll tell you this. It again, love it. I'm not saying this as somebody who's not grateful for it and doesn't appreciate it, but it makes you appreciate how low key baseball and basketball season are. It really does. That's also a fun time of year. I play a lot more golf. I go to the beach. I ski. I do a lot of other things that I don't typically do during the season. So, although I'm trying to play more golf during the season too.
I'd say literally every single time that I see you on Friday, you're playing at a golf course somewhere.
Yeah, we're trying to get out there Friday somewhere. I called yesterday, as you can imagine, the university course at Georgia is all booked up.
I've
got a buddy though. Hopefully we've got to connect. I should be hearing today. Maybe we can pull some strings, but I doubt it for out there. But yeah, I'm trying to. I mean, dude, the whole reason I'm doing that. There's a couple of reasons, but yeah, one being I was just like, dude, like I'm tired of putting the clubs down for 3 months, and you know we've grown the network to a point where like I can go to these cities and know people who number one want to play and number two have some pull. So I'm like, why not? Like, let's make it a thing. So
have you well, I mean, I saw last night you were working on your backswing with our friends over from Lot 2. How was that?
Oh, it was fun, dude. Yeah, it's Miller's cool, man. He's invited me out there a couple of times. So I moved to Nashville and finally got out there. And yeah, I mean, he's an awesome dude. They're super fired up, obviously. Dude, so he and the Door Report boys are going to Tuscaloosa for the game.
Are they?
Yeah, and they feel really good about it. Right.
Okay,
now.
so can we start off just talking about Jim Dunaway and his comments?
Yeah, that was. I know if you're a Bama fan, you hate that.
You hate that if you're a Bama fan.
It's like the ultimate jinx. I mean, and they've already been wrong on Bama to this point. Or excuse me, to Vandy to this point.
Vandy on this point. Because they said at the start of the year, bold predictions,
they would win a game.
0-8. They'd go 0-8 in conference play. They would win, I think, 3 games to go 3-9. But like the problem is that where I have an issue, I don't care if you say Alabama wins this football game. Like it's totally fine to go ahead and say you believe your team is better than the other team. And the way that they've responded since that loss against Florida State, you feel confident that they're going to mollywop basically everybody besides Georgia. And it's because it's Kirby and it's Georgia and you're playing in Athens and the 39-game win streak has some intactness. But to me, it was, well, Vanderbilt's not a good team. Well, Vanderbilt just is, they're not a great team this year. So a team that right now, and I put up the numbers, is currently outgaining opponents 1922 to 821 in total yards per game and 190 and 51 in points per game for the year and has dropped 50 twice is not a good football team. And they had 2 of those games where they scored 75 points against Power 4 competition on the road. So they've already been road tested. You want to call them not a good football team. Like, you know, you're setting yourself up for freezing cold takes and for every single person in it with a pulse to retweet that and call you the biggest idiot of all time. Like, you know that you're doing that because of the way that you presented it.
Maybe that's why he did it.
Because he wants to be on freezing cold takes?
I mean, maybe. I mean,
do you enjoy going on freezing cold takes when you're wrong?
It's the most views that maybe not now. It's not because we've grown to a point. I think we're able to generate view. I mean, I got almost 200,000 views talking about Mizzou being an SEC town. So there's other ways, but no, I mean, I don't enjoy it, but I mean, it is what it is. I mean, yeah, but I don't know. I don't know. It's an interesting take, no doubt. Maybe he's right. I mean, maybe Vandy turns out to be not very good. I don't see it though. I mean, they're going to be 5-0 for that game?
I mean, they're not losing. They're not losing to Utah State.
Yeah, 5-0 going to Bama. That's. I mean, here's what I'll say is this, Bear. Just looking at the October 4th schedule, not to play spoiler or anything, but it's interesting. I was going to save my Tuscaloosa trip for the LSU game.
Yeah.
I mean, that made sense to me. And I'm sitting here thinking, I'm like, should I be should I be going to Tuscaloosa for Vandy Bama? I mean, is that like, is that going to be worth it?
Here's the thing. So let's work this through because it's not a wrong spot. I don't think so. Because you can also go for third Saturday, and that'd be a good game. Where are you going to go instead? Because here are your games that weekend. You can go to Starkville, watch Georgia take on Mississippi State. You can go to Oxford, watch the Citadel play. You can go to Lexington, watch Florida, who may have already fired Billy Napier at this point. You can stay home, and this would be the game that if I'm lucky enough to come visit you in Nashville, I would love to go to because it will be potentially the day of firing against Auburn. Yeah. You have LSU versus Bama, which again, another great game and one that you're going to have to at least consider. And then you have back to Mizzou, Mizzou versus Texas A&M. And you've already been to Mizzou. So it's like,
yeah, I don't know, man. I think I have to go to Tuscaloosa for the LSU game. It just optics wise does not work out any other way. So,
I mean, when you look at next week's schedule too, where you have a couple more games to choose between, it's a little easier. It's a little easier to say to yourself, I can skip Bama versus LSU because of what I got prepared coming on up the next week.
Yeah. I mean, it's like saying you're not going to go to Red River because John Mateer's not playing, which I hate. I hate it. I am seeing already on the timeline this morning a lot of Michael Hawkins hype talking about how good he looked in camp under Ben Arbuckle's system and everything. So they're of course it's going to be optimism. They're going to try to pump the optimism up as much as they can. It's not going to be doom and gloom on Sooners channels for just weeks on end. But we'll see. We'll see. I hate it though. I hate it. I just hope it's a good game. I'm so happy I didn't go last year because you can tell me how great the game is in the atmosphere, and I don't doubt it. But if it's a 34-0 ball game, it's not going to be fun. Like it's not going to be a good time. So, I mean, it'll be a good time, but it will not be
what it was
what it's supposed to be, I think. So, yeah. But it's funny. I was talking to some Texas folks this morning, a little segment we did, and they were informing me about how poorly first-year starters at quarterback have fared in that game. And, of course, this year, Arch Manning is the first-year starter in that game. So,
look, we saw it last night in the comment section when we were doing the live stream. 3-2 victory, a field goal by one side and a safety on the other might be enough. I mean, we're not watching a baseball game, but it could get the job done. You would be a part of a historic year for Red River, though, to have a 5 total point swing in a matchup that usually is high scoring. Yeah, I mean, that'd be great.
Yeah, I remember watching that when it was Big 12 and it was always just shootout, literally a shootout.
Again, it's a great matchup. It's a great game. It's an awesome environment.
Yeah.
And for some reason, again, you take logic out. Like, you take logic out of whenever Bama plays at Jordan-Hare Stadium. You take logic out whenever LSU faces off against Alabama. Like, you just do, because for some reason, those games seem to have its topsy-turvy moments. You don't think about it with the game. You don't think about it with even the backyard brawl with West Virginia and Pitt. It's like that. You may have the worst offense in college football, but for one Saturday afternoon, because of you're facing off against your rival, you score 30 points against a top 20 defense. You lose the game, but your offense looks dynamic and you get a little bit of hope. And then you go right back to being a piss-poor, mediocre team. That's it. And also there have been teams out there, very horrible Texas teams and Oklahoma teams that couldn't move the ball at all or find any success offensively. They still found a way to pull off the upset. That's what makes this game so great, is that you kind of just throw logic out the window and say, play ball, let's go. That's it.
Literally right on cue, Bear. Our friend Travis Davidson with the ref tweeted, true freshman Michael Hawkins Jr. won at Auburn last year, making what stood as the longest run, 69 yards, and the longest pass, 60 of the season for most of the year. Now he's a year older and has better blocking, wide receivers, play calling, position coaching, and defense. So they are leaning into the Michael Hawkins Jr. hype.
He is 100% right, which I will give him credit to. He is 100% factual on saying that he had the longest touchdown run and the longest touchdown pass last season. He did. You won the football game because Kip Lewis got a pick 6 on a terrible play designed by Hugh Freeze. You won the football game because of that. Don't act like you did. Like that's the thing is that I get hopeism is such a good trait to have. And so many people love to be optimistic. And I will give credit. The offensive line is better this year. Your defense is better this year. Not at least your defensive line is. Your wide receiver core is healthier this year. You have running backs this year. You have a better play caller this year. I saw Michael Hawkins play. How much better is he going to be? Like, how much better is he actually going to translate? Because the entire offense has been built around what works for John Mateer. John Mateer and Michael Hawkins are two different quarterbacks. They play the game differently. That's a big deal.
Yeah, they're obviously a different team without him. They can say whatever they want to me and try to spin it how they want and hype up Michael Hawkins, but if Michael Hawkins was John Mateer, they wouldn't have went and got John Mateer.
Yeah.
So they wouldn't have went and got him. Yeah, just taking a look, Bear. Did you see the Mike Florio thing this morning on a Dan Patrick show?
No.
I don't know if it was this morning or yesterday.
No.
Florio was essentially talking about the blocked kick for a touchdown, the Eagles-Rams game.
Yeah.
And tried to spin that into a thing where gambling is like ruining football and the NFL adopted gambling instead of shunning it like they used to. And that had an effect on this. Essentially, he was trying to insinuate that's the reason Jordan Davis picked that ball up and ran to the end zone.
Because if he knew what the spread was?
Because he was trying to cover the spread.
Bro.
Which is insane. It really genuinely is insane.
Now, here's what I will say. Have you noticed more often, especially in recent weeks, commentators at the end of the game, when it's a close call, have come out and made a joke about the spread?
I did not know that.
So think about the game against think about the week 2. It was Ole Miss versus Kentucky in Lexington. Ole Miss is winning. It's a 10-point swing. Ole Miss is winning by 9 points. Winning by 10 points. Right on the dot. They're just covering. And then Kentucky makes a 34-yard field goal. And Sean McDonough goes, well, at least Kentucky might be able to say they won something today. Like, they openly talk about what happened because they beat the spread. After the R. Mason Thomas sack in the end zone for a safety, Sean McDonough, again, he's on the call with Greg McElroy. He says, that safety made a lot of people happy. It certainly made a lot of people happy today. And that's what I'm saying. So it's like, they're openly talking about it, but that's different. Commentators are doing that. I don't know what you think players are doing with that. Players aren't openly saying, oh, I know what the spread is of this game. I know what the line is. I want to help out the game. I want to help out the bettors in Vegas. That's why I want to make sure I get this touchdown. I put in that extra emphasis because I want to hit the over. At that point, if they knew that, they would probably be betting on the games.
Bear, no wrong answers here. I'm curious to get your thoughts because I see a couple comments. And it's interesting too. Obviously, our business partner is FanDuel. I don't want to have any conflict of interest here because we're on Texas Sports Unfiltered. But if you tune into our content, But if you tune into essentially any sports media entity at this point, they have a gambling partner. It's very rare that they don't have some sort of gambling partner that they're associated with. No wrong answer, Bear. I'm just really genuinely, there's no wrong answer. I'm curious. You are a sportsman to the core. You are just a diehard sports man. Like multiple sports, love the game. I'm curious your thoughts on the role gambling has taken in sports. Because I will say this, and obviously I love it. It's a ton of fun. I will be honest with you. It gives me interest in games that I otherwise would not have interest in. Like 2 weeks ago or a week and a half ago when I had money on Monday Night Football. That's as locked in as I've been on Monday Night Football in a very, very, very long time. I'll be just totally honest with you. But even I sometimes look at it and I'm like, it really just, it's all like football and sports are a gambling operation at this point. It feels like they exist for gambling. And so I'm like, maybe sometimes it's a little much. I'm curious your thoughts on it, Bear, because I know there's some people that hate it. We get comments not all the time, but we've gotten them where people are like, gambling's ruining sports, or why do you talk gambling so much? And it's like, dude, it's just the nature of the beast. It's a reality, and it is fun. And for most people, I mean, the numbers speak. Look how much money is spent yearly on gambling. But does it give you any problems with the gambling side? Like, is it a big deal? I mean, you come from the NFL side too, which they've shunned it for so long, but like gambling has always been a part of the NFL. Like at least gambling on it.
Adapt or die. That's it for me. I'm never going to change how I go about talking about sports. I'm never going to be all bought in on, looking at certain prop bets and what teams have to do for X number to hit to go play these 9-leg parlays. And it's going to ruin my Saturday if I don't see 130 plus rushing yards by Jonah Coleman of Washington on as that being like my 10:30 at night bet. Like, that doesn't change. Like, I don't. But I understand it's important. The thing that we talked about, and we mentioned this before you came on with Mike Gundy. Mike Gundy was a coach that was so set in his ways because of his success. He didn't really care about the outside noise. He didn't really care about other people saying you need to get with the times, because if you don't, it's going to pass you up and then we're going to move in a different direction. He believed that because of how much he had already proven at a place like Stillwater, he was good. I'm never going to be that guy. No, my content's so good that you don't have to come over to me and watch everything when it comes to just non-sports gambling, when all the new audience that's coming on in is trying to play these 9-leg parlays, trying to figure out what are some betting lines. It's not going to ruin my day, but I get that it's a part of the system at this point. And so you got to be able to learn how to do it. You got to be able to pay attention. Now, there are some games that I will say, I agree with you. Personally, last week, Georgia State versus Vanderbilt. I would probably watch the highlights of that game, maybe get a couple of other drives and feel how well and confident we're seeing this Vanderbilt offense move going into Utah State before they face off against Alabama, just for, research purposes. But I actually went back and I watched almost the entire game on Sunday morning because I took the over at minus 26.5. And I want to see how they get that 26 points. Oh, they scored on 7 straight drives, and Diego Pavia was responsible for 6 scoring drives. Okay, now I know what's going on with that game. So those are things that, it does help out, but it's not going to decide my entire livelihood. And that's also another thing, is that, you can't believe that all of your life is built around what the gambling odds say. Because at the end of the day, you can't predict anything. You simply can't. It's a numbers game that is made up. And I know that people want to go, well, the data states this. Okay, well, the data also doesn't state that a player could make a cut in the opening drive, rupture his Achilles, be carted off, and now your X-star player is out for the rest of the game, therefore taking away all of what the positive was surrounding your offense. You can't predict that. So it's like, I don't let that disarray my entire afternoon because of, oh, something went wrong. Oh, a bad fumble. Oh, a bad pick. And now I lost $90. I lost $100. But I also am looking at it from the perspective of, where does my team go? That's where my frustration comes in. Is it so bad to where you can't bet on them anymore? Okay, now I got to go turn this way because it's the only way I'm going to survive.
Yeah, betting on your own team is pretty devious work if you got a team out there that, I don't know, just never good. I will tell you what I'll be talking about today, though, is golf gambling.
Yeah, you're talking about the
Ryder Cup. U.S. is favored minus 155 to win the whole thing. I don't know, Bear, if you give a darn about the Ryder Cup or golf in general, but the European team is stacked. So I'm a little nervous. I'm a little nervous for the
Who's
US.
on the American team?
So off the top of my head, Russell Henley, Justin Thomas, Keegan Bradley's the captain, JJ Spawn, Scotty Scheffler, Bryson DeChambeau, of course. Who else am I missing from the team? Patrick Cantlay. It's probably like 2 or 3 more I'm missing, but
because I know the European has Rory as the captain. So Rory leads things off. They have Tommy Fleetwood, right? Justin Rowe, Justin Rhodes.
Sam Burns, LSU boy, is on.
Is he?
Yeah.
John Romano is in it. Somebody else is in it that is really, really popular. Who am I blanking on? But I know what's his name? You said Scheffler's playing in it, right?
Yeah, and you also have, you've got Colin Morikawa, Xander Schauffele, Ben Griffin, probably the most random, and then Cameron Young, New York boy, actually.
Okay,
Young.
Rob, how about you in the comment section tell me then who's the captain? How about that? How about you do that?
Luke Donald is the captain for the Europeans.
There you go. Thank you.
Rory's like the leader of the team, but Luke Donald is the actual captain.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not even going to try and act like I pay attention to the PGA. I don't. I do it once a year for the Masters when I make my pick. Just like I do for the
it's one of those things where, like, if I didn't play golf, I wouldn't care about golf. I just like it because it's funny though. I'm such a seasonal, like, I go in seasons. I mean, here's the thing. I'll be honest with you, Bear. I could play golf every day. If I had the time, and really more so the time, I have the energy to do it. If I had the time, I could play golf every single day.
I suck. And it's just not fun to me. I don't like.
Yeah, I've played my whole life. I've played since I was 3 years old. My dad played college golf. I mean, baseball and golf are my two things. So I'm good enough. I'm just good enough to really, really enjoy it and be super competitive, and I'm just bad enough to be really frustrated by it.
Here's where I am. I don't like spending money on things that I suck at. So
that's the thing about golf.
We'll practice to go get better. You mean go talk to somebody that's going to help me work on my swing and then spend another $45 to shank balls for 3 weeks before I finally get the drive down perfect? Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, golf is tough too, man, because, like, again, it takes money and it takes time to improve.
Yeah.
And most people, that's why it's so good to learn it when you're young, because most people, when they get older, they either don't have the money to invest in it, or they don't want to invest the money in it, and they don't have the time to do it. It's one or both. It's one or both of those things. So, yeah, learning golf as an adult is pretty tough. But dude, I don't know if you saw. I mean, he's not. I guess he is an adult, but a young adult. Dude, Bronny James has an incredible.
He's really good, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a natural athlete. So.
See, that's the thing, is also, like, you have that one friend that's good at everything. We have this buddy that lives around here. His name's Kevin. And Kevin's just awesome at everything he does athletically. Like, he didn't play golf his entire life. We took him out when he was 24 for the first time. He shot better than 4 of us. Beautiful. Like, first swing with the golf club, I think went nearly 300 yards. And I just look at him like, can you be bad at tell me you got something that's wrong in your body. Just tell me that, what you're packing down there is terrible and that you have to overcompensate for it in other ways. Like, just something to make me feel good about myself.
Yeah, it's a hard game, but very, very fun. So very, very fun indeed. What else we got, Bear? What's on the docket for the Bear on a Wednesday?
I got work. I got a radio show literally right after this. I got what's it called? I got the other thing with Tom and TJ at 11. So we get that going. I've been up since 6. Went to the gym this morning for like the first time in like 3 weeks. Hated myself afterwards. Truly hated myself.
You've been what? Did you get hurt, or you just been resting?
I've just been slacking. It's we do the live streams. We get done at 10. I have to finish some other work. I have to get ready for work tomorrow morning, the next morning. I'm in bed at like midnight. And I wake up at 6 because Kirsten leaves for work. And I'm like, I can sleep for another hour, get some stuff done before we start doing previews. Or I can go up and go to the gym. And like every day before today, because I just couldn't sleep anymore. I was like, you know what? Hit the snooze button. Let's go back to sleep until 7.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's that time of year, man. It's that time of year. We're busy. So, yeah, it's going to be a fun weekend, man. I'm excited. This is a slate. It's not hard to get excited for.
I'm actually very jealous of Texas fans this weekend because
get to sit back and watch
everything. Just fully locked in on this weekend. Nothing to worry about. No games. No other real big matchup. Like, you don't have to worry about what's going on with Michael Hawkins this weekend because it's a bye for Oklahoma too. You don't have to worry about what Florida's going to show you this weekend because it's a bye for them too. So, like, your attention on your two most important games coming on up and your own game is off. So you just get to be locked into what's going on all across the world of college football on a great weekend starting on Friday night.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Yeah, we do have some big games Friday, don't we?
Friday is Arizona
FSU,
State versus
Virginia,
TCU.
I think.
Yeah, FSU, Virginia, ASU, TCU are the two big ones. And ASU, TCU is really interesting because TCU offensively had a showcase against SMU in the Battle of the Iron Skillet. And Arizona State was able to hold off Baylor in overtime to get a win. So now those two maybe feel like the favorites to win the Big 12 or at least compete alongside with Texas Tech as the next guy up to go to Arlington. Because Utah's offense looked dreadful. You don't think that Baylor's going to be able to get the job done now with a loss to Arizona State. I think that you have so many other teams that are like in that middle tier range of, yeah, we're good, but we're like 8-4 good. We're not 9-3 good or even 10-2 good. This is one of those teams. It's like, it's us. It's probably Texas Tech going to Arlington. So this, again, has massive college football playoff implications. And it's on a Friday.
Bear, how dare you overlook the Thursday night game, by the way, over there at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium out in Greenville. East Carolina and Army doing battle on Thursday night.
That's disgusting.
Come on, Bear.
That's disgusting.
Don't you overlook the Pirates and the Black Knights?
What are the Pirates coming in at? 2-2 in this game?
Here I can check. Yeah, 2-2. They have lost to NC State in the opener close, and they are coming off a 34-13 loss to BYU.
BYU won by that much? I didn't realize that.
34-13. It was at home, too.
Yeah, I knew it was in Greenville.
Yeah.
Army lost to an FCS program.
That is a place, by the way. I don't know if you ever been. That's a place I really want to go. Is Greenville, North Carolina? Yeah, I've heard some really, really good things. It's a fun time, I've heard. So I'd love to go. I'd love to go for baseball season. They got an incredible baseball environment.
So this is the first time that I have heard, and this is probably really sad on my part. I always thought Greenville wasn't South Carolina.
It's in both.
Is it like Bristol? Like where it's like the border? Like
no, it's just two completely separate cities.
So they're both.
Greenville, South Carolina is about 45 minutes from Clemson because that's that's where I was living before Nashville.
Right.
Greenville, North Carolina is probably like 5 hours away from there. In like I think the eastern part of North Carolina.
But that is where ECU is in North Carolina.
Yes. Greenville, North Carolina. Greenville, South Carolina, fun fact, is where Furman is.
That's the
Furman Paladin.
Okay. See, I thought both were in Greenville, South Carolina. Forever. Like, honestly.
Trust me, if ECU was in Greenville, South Carolina, I would have been by now, for sure.
And that's the thing is that, like, I thought that you would have already gone because if you lived near there. So it's like, oh, here we are. We're just right there.
There's a lot of weird cities out there. I discovered when we were in Missouri, there is a Mexico, Missouri.
Yep. There's Paris, Texas.
There's also a Paris, Missouri.
There's Paris, Texas. It's fantastic. We got a little Eiffel Tower.
Mexico, Missouri. Because my Uber driver was like, yeah, I'm from Mexico, Missouri. I was like, okay, I was today years old. So
wait, I think you drove to what's called Columbia.
I did drive to Columbia, but I was Ubering downtown. We were going out and didn't want to be whipping the car.
You were being
around.
responsible. You were being an adult.
Yeah, I will say this, by the way. I don't know it's probably better for me, but I don't know how long of a night we're gonna have Friday night in Athens because the guy I'm staying with, he's like, yeah, he's playing in this member guest. Crazy enough, somebody scheduled a member guest golf tournament on Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
They're idiots.
The Saturday morning of Bama, Georgia, he's playing golf. He's like, yeah, I can drop you off before I go to the golf course Saturday morning. It'd be like 7:30 a.m. I'm like, yeah, that doesn't bode well for like a night out till 2 a.m. in Athens. So don't probably gonna have to call it early Friday night because I will be dead to the world otherwise.
Yeah, but that's fine because you want to save yourself for Saturday night to watch what's going to be, in my opinion.
Yeah. No, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. We'll be out there all day Friday. We'll probably try to go out at probably go out to dinner at 6:30, 7, something like that, and then go out for a few hours, get some content, and hit the road. So yeah, it'll probably be better for me, to be honest, because you can get lost in Athens.
What is the game that you're most looking forward to besides this one?
I mean, I think it's got to be LSU Ole Miss. That game just that fascinating game. It screams massive intrigue. So LSU Ole Miss for sure. Excited to watch that one at the tailgate. Huge for both teams. I think both are on, dare I say, a bit of a fraud watch. Who's for real, who's not. The Trinidad Chambliss storyline, the LSU defense, the LSU offensive line. Can they run the football against a rushing attack that has been less than, or our defensive front that has been less than stellar against the run? So, yeah, there's a lot there in that game. We'd love to hear from you guys, by the way, which games you're most looking forward to. Yeah, LSU Ole Miss, though, I think is the one. By the way, on that note, quick side note, did you see and are you going to watch the Kiffin documentary coming out?
Yes.
Yeah, that looks pretty cool.
It does. I'm glad that he's so okay. I don't know what to make of him because, the older I've gotten and the more that we've seen characters kind of flow their way through the SEC, I remember always saying that our version of Steve Spurrier, or this generation of Steve Spurrier, is Kiffin. I think it's Drink, if we're being completely honest. Drink
Kiffin, social media Spurrier.
But personality in terms of meeting with the media, that's Drink, in my opinion.
Did you see what Drink said last night?
Oh, it's fantastic.
Split Trotter.
Split the bill. Hell yeah.
I would. I'm going to go split the bar tab.
For starters, why are you chicken with your player, coach? Let's go there. What we doing at that point? But with Kiffin, he's such the stories with him are so out of left field. And to me, what's so interesting is that we never start off conversations with how good of a coach he is.
Yeah.
Every single time, it's always about the personal life. It's always about something that went on with him when he was at Alabama, or Joey Freshwater jokes, or the firing when he was on the tarmac, or the Tennessee debacle, or being the youngest head coach in NFL history with the Raiders. It's never one of those things that is ever constantly getting 10 wins at Ole Miss, change the culture. They're always fighting for a college football playoff bid, finishing top 25 every single year. And I think that this documentary is going to show us more of that side, which is really good.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it, man. I'm excited to see it. Kiffin is the most lovable, hateable guy out there. By the way, that was another game we didn't mention on the schedule. Ole Miss going to Knoxville.
Yeah.
Lane Kiffin will be going back to Knoxville, not in 26, but in 27, assuming he is, in fact, still the head coach at Ole Miss.
Okay, I'm going to end the rumor at this point. He's going to be the head coach at Ole Miss.
I'm just saying. 2 years from now.
Where would he go though? Would be my question. Because
the only place he could go that would make sense to me is Florida.
I don't think he's going to do it.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the timing. I don't know if it's the fact that his son is, already.
Yeah, family's pretty huge for him at this point.
So it's if this was 2 or 3 years ago when Knox was still in junior high, I could see it. When he got offered the Auburn job and everyone was talking about him replacing Carson, I could get behind that. It's very hard to believe it now.
Yeah. He's just so comfortable, man. I mean,
yeah.
And you do.
He also has it made.
Do what?
He also has it made. Realistic expectations, a new contract basically at the end of every year because as a government official employee, you can only have a 4-year contract in the state of Mississippi. Always kills it in the transfer portal. Always kills it in recruiting. Always does a good job of building a relationship with the program. Just a lot of things that you're not going to have when you hit reset on your career.
Maybe Mike Gundy can revitalize his career in Gainesville.
As the offensive coordinator? Because 3 years ago, I would have made that call. Right now, I want him on TV. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I genuinely would love him on TV.
Gonna be interesting to see where old Gundy ends up. Pour one out for the Okie State boys today. So
go to TNT because of now they're apparently doing Big 12 games. Get actually someone who has ties.
TNT is airing Big 12, really?
Yeah, and they have like the pregame show and the postgame show, and it's like all these people that have no correlation to the Big 12 at all. Like one guy is from the SEC, two guys are from the ACC. I think Victor Cruz is on it. He played at UMass. Like if you want to do Big 12 content, get a Big 12 dude. This is where you go. Get Gundy on involved.
Interesting to see where he'll end up. Interesting to see what happens with that Oklahoma State program. Like, I'm not as nearly as familiar with them as you are, but like I talk to people and they're like, dude, they got plenty of money. Like, maybe they're wrong.
Not as much as you think, but because
with T Boone.
Yeah, with T Boone, but it still is enough. Like that was the thing is that people were like talking about, oh well, T Boone pulled out all the money. Like he didn't have money this past year. It's like they've had money. He just didn't want to go out and add transfer portal players. He just never went into it.
Bear, do you think and I haven't really even paid attention to him this season, but speaking of like people spending money. So Texas Tech is 4-0.
Yes.
Do you think the money they're spending is going to give them the ROI that they're looking for? Like, you think that are they doing it more to show face, or is it more like they're actually building like a championship contender?
Well, once you're able to prove that you can win, and you can win with not only the coach, but also the culture, and then get there and win the money, more money is going to keep coming on in. Like, that's the thing. When you get your investment and it starts to pay dividends, people are greedy. People are like, oh, no. Don't let me get back the money that I invested. Let's ride it out a little bit longer. Let's double down, actually. Let's see if we can build this profit up. Because that's what people do. So you look at the schedule right now. Texas Tech is sitting at 4-0. They have 3 more games that I could say are maybe trap matchups. Kansas, just because of Jalen Daniels, has been awesome. At Arizona State. And I probably would say BYU. And even then, I don't feel comfortable saying BYU. But even that, it's like, why not? You win, you go to the Big 12 championship. If you lose one game and you're sitting at 12-1, 11-2, you still might get into the college football playoff, and then all bets are off once you get there. I mean, Arizona State was a touchdown away and a 4th down stop away from going to the college football playoff semifinal. If that's Texas Tech, Cody Campbell realizes how close you are. They're going to keep investing. It matters. It does.
I'll be curious to see how it works out. I mean, Texas Tech is a good program, although I've heard from many, you included, that Lubbock is not quite a place to visit. So
it's not fun.
It's not fun.
It's not fun.
I will say that's something that like doing the tour has really done for me, is that, I mean, I'm loving touring the SEC, and I've still got 2 more to go that I've never been to, which is crazy to say that I've been to 14 of the 16, Bear. I've still never been to Lexington, Kentucky, and I've never been to Starkville, Mississippi. Those 2 are the only 2 left. But like doing the traveling, you're like, man, I want to go see like other places. Like I want to go see the Big House. I want to go see a whiteout at Penn State. I want to go to Autzen in Oregon. I want to go see the views in Provo. I want to go to, it'll make you want to get around for sure, man. There's just a lot out there. There's a lot of cool spots. I love stadium.
Some good venues, and there's some great campuses.
Yeah.
Like I'll tell you right now, the game that I'm most looking forward to that not enough people are talking about is Washington versus Ohio State. Like I really do think that you haven't seen Ohio State tested since the matchup against Texas. And Washington hasn't really played anybody either. But Washington, year 2 underneath Jed Fish, has a good enough identity to where you feel like that they may be that sleeper in the Big Ten that we're just kind of glossing over at this point. And all it takes is one win for you to catch our attention. And it's against a team that's coming off a national title that feels like it has all the pieces to go right back to the woodshed. And you have a quarterback in Damon Williams that's playing lights out right now in a great run game headlined by Jonah Coleman. And they're doing it at, in my opinion, one of the most underrated atmospheres in all of college football. Husky Stadium is awesome. Like, and the city of Seattle is its own thing. The University of Washington campus is one of the most beautiful locations I've ever been in my life. It's such a great college town. It's such unique architecture. And then you throw in the stadium is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool stadiums out there, man. Yeah, that Ohio State-Washington game, certainly one that I think is flying under the radar. Pretty close spread on that football game. So we know the SEC schedule, the rest of the college football schedule. USC, Illinois getting the day going early. How about that? Little 11 a.m. kick, Big Ten country.
It's lost some luster.
Do what?
It lost a little.
Oh, because Illinois got their teeth kicked in.
I mean, it wasn't even a fight. I mean, they scored. What was it? Jake, I know you're in the comment section, and I know that you're big on IU. Did they score two special teams touchdowns, or just the one? But like honestly, either way, they scored almost as many points on special teams as Illinois scored the entire game. And it was Fernando Mendoza, non-turnover prone. The offense of Indiana was electric. They were able to run the football efficiently. And I think people forget that even though we kind of are underselling USC this year because we're finally at that point of Lincoln Riley got to show us, they still have pieces. Mekhi Lemon's awesome. Jaden Maeva's been great. He has been such a good quarterback for this USC offense. They found this running back from the transfer portal that's just been killing it. And defensively, D'Anton Lynn, once again, is putting together a really solid foundation to build for this year. So it's like, if Illinois looked awful against Indiana, it's going to be an offense that has similar pieces that can easily just take advantages of you. And like this was dubbed to be one of like the big marquee games that would determine who was in that dark horse fourth place spot for the Big Ten. And now it's like USC, the only thing you have to worry about is a 9 a.m. kick on your time zone. Like that's it.
Bear, you know what I am excited for? And this part of me is speaking about this from the gambling perspective, but also a large part of it's just large part of me is speaking on this from the I love college football perspective. I'm so excited for the return of Maction and Fun Belt.
Oh, it's great.
Tuesday, when we have Tuesday, Wednesday college football, and do you know that our first week with midweek college football comes in week 7, October the 7th, or October the 8th, Wednesday, October the 8th. So that week of the games on October the 11th. So that's not that far.
No.
That Wednesday, October the 8th, we have Middle Tennessee, Missouri State, and UTEP and Liberty. Right down the road from Bear out there in El Paso. That might be like hours.
That's not even remotely. Okay, that's like across the country. It
sounds good.
October 21st, the weekend of October 21st, I think is the first day where we will have games every single day.
Yeah, that's when Tuesday, Wednesday hits.
That's when Tuesday starts.
Yeah.
That's Kennesaw State, FIU, Western Kentucky, Louisiana Tech on a Tuesday. Like that's sick gambling, degenerate stuff, and I'm okay with it.
Well, no, actually, the week prior.
So the week of the
week of October 18th, the week of
so the 14th.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the week of that upcoming weekend. Yeah, Tuesday, October the 14th. We got 3 games on that one, so it's not that far away on that Tuesday. Liberty, New Mexico State, South Alabama, Arkansas State, and Western Kentucky and FIU. Hell yeah.
Kirsten's going to hate.
I can't wait to just throw money on games where I know nothing about the teams.
So I'm
for them irresponsibly.
Did I ever tell you the time that Kirsten and I had one of our biggest fights in the last year over Kennesaw State?
I don't think I heard about the Kennesaw State argument.
So we were supposed to go to dinner, and I knew that they weren't going to have the game on because it was on CBS Sports Network. And it was, I think, the Wednesday night game. And it was Kennesaw State's first win as an FBS program over Liberty. And this is when Caden Salter was playing like terrible. And she told her friend that who were meeting for dinner, we'll be there at 7:20. Like, we'll be there at 7:20 for the table at 7:30. I mean, my bad. 8:30. We'll be there at 8:20 for the table at 8:30. It's the fourth quarter, and it's like 8:05. And Kennesaw State is driving, and they're about ready to score. And she's like, we got to get going. And I'm like, all right, let's just see if they score. Let's see if they score. They end up getting in the end zone. And it's like, all right, cool. Turn it off. Let's go. And I'm like, well, now I got to see if the upset happens. She, as soon as the game ended, threw the remote across the room and said, are you done? And we were fighting the entire way. The couple that was waiting for us to get there was there for 30 minutes. She goes, you could have just canceled on us. She screamed at me inside the restaurant going, this idiot had to go figure out what this team was going. It's like, what was the big deal with it? Kennesaw State, the Owls decided to win their first ever FBS game underneath Brian Bohannon. It's a pretty big deal. And everyone at the table just looked at me like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, what did you just say?
I hope the dude you were with would, like, fist bump you like, yeah, it's awesome.
No, he had no idea. He was like, I didn't even know that Kennesaw State had a football team. I was like, oh, God.
Yeah, hopefully I have a woman one day as understanding as the Bears.
You want a better one. You want a better one, 100%.
We don't talk down on the first lady now.
Yeah, she's more like the vice president.
She's probably the CEO of that operation.
I'm not the CFO. That's for
yeah, babe, we can't go to dinner tonight. I got Jacksonville State and Delaware to lock.
I've had that conversation. No, I've had the conversation with her.
That's so funny.
Because we play trivia on Wednesdays most nights at Pluckers. And there have been times where I'm like, can we get there at 6:15? It's like, why would you want to get there at 6:15 when the game doesn't start until 7:30? It's like, oh, I want to get a table and I want to have a good view for Eastern Michigan versus Ohio. And she's like, you're joking, right? Please tell me two things about either team. I have the money line. That's what we have. That's what we're playing tonight. I want to be able to sit that.
That is the most fun thing I'll say about gambling is, like, it gives me a rooting interest in games that I would otherwise not care about. Like, really, truly. Like, it just does.
See,
like, don't get me wrong. I love sports, but I also have, like, we only have so much, time and energy we can devote to it. And I mean, even I'm someone that, like, and I'm sure you're the same. We're all the same way, I'm sure. Like, there's times where I'm like, let me watch a show or something so I can get my mind kind of off of the sports for a little bit. Like, it's just, sometimes you need a breather. But it is nice to watch a game where you have nothing on the line other than just a $25 bet, a $50 bet, whatever it is. So, and our FanDuel partnership has not helped me slow down.
No.
Gambling. That's for sure. And now living in a state where it's legal, which it's crazy that it's not legal in Texas.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing in Texas?
Yeah, I mean, there's been rumors that that's why the guy who bought the Dallas Mavericks wants to move the team to Vegas, and that's why he traded away Luka, because if he wants gambling legal in Texas. There's a whole theory on that one that I don't have time to get down.
Are people in Texas, like, hardcore that, like, yeah, we don't like gambling here?
I've never met anybody that does, and the people that really, like, don't give a crap, they go up to Oklahoma and they play in the casinos. I mean, like, I have a buddy that literally probably once every 2 months will either travel to Louisiana or Oklahoma, and he'll just go play for a weekend.
Interesting.
Because there's like one right. I'm trying to remember how close it is to the border, but like there's one so freaking close.
Yeah, it's funny being it. So Missouri, I don't know if you knew this, Bear. So December 1st.
They get to be legal, right?
Legalized there. Yeah. I was actually told earlier this year by the folks at FanDuel that Missouri was one they were working on. So they're finally going to get in there because it makes sense, because I was hanging out with somebody that lives in St. Louis and I was hanging out with somebody that lives in Kansas City. So, like, opposite sides of the state, obviously. They were both telling me, like, yeah, if we want to make a bet, we drive into Iowa, I think. Does Iowa border Kansas City? Is that right?
You mean Iowa border Kansas?
Kansas. Maybe it's legal in Kansas.
I say Kansas
yeah,
City.
Maybe it's legal.
City.
Maybe it's legal in Kansas. And then obviously in St. Louis, they would drive over to Illinois. I don't know my map, apparently. I don't know the map at all.
Illinois and Iowa are near each other. I'm trying to remember where.
Whatever. They would drive outside of the state. That's the point I'm making. Literally just like across the border
My dad would take a 6-pack of beer and drink it on the way to going to Wisconsin to gamble. He did that all the time. By the way, Jake Bayless, I'm sorry. I'm gonna say this, and I say this kindly. WinStar is elite, and those of us who have been able to go to both Choctaw and the WinStar is awesome.
I mean, Bear, that's probably what I'm most excited for from the standpoint of like, going to places for the first time is awesome. Like Norman and Mizzou and doing those the first time. And I will say this too. I had a great time last year and I saw a lot. But Norman and Mizzou set a different bar. Like, I feel like I hit damn near every spot in both of those places, like every historical place, food place, bar, monument on campus. Like, the vlog will drop tonight. If you watch it, you'll see that. I mean, like when I went to Austin, I did Terry Black's. That was cool. But, all I did was I think we ate at Pluckers for dinner Friday.
Yeah.
So there's so much other. I didn't even go to Matt's El Rancho or whatever.
Really?
Yeah. Crazy. And Patrick, I will say, I know why you're saying that. We're on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I thought Norman was a blast. I did. Here's the thing. If you're a Texas or an Oklahoma fan, you never go to the other campus. So, that's the only thing that you lose with the neutral site. It's the only thing you lose. You never go to the other campus.
Yeah, see, Jake, this is the thing, man. And this is where I agree with you. When you're talking about WinStar, if you have $100 burning in your pocket, that's what I do. I'm not staying at the casino. When you go to Louisiana and you go across the border and you're in Lake Charles and you're going to either La Berge or you're going to Golden Nugget. I feel like if you want to stay somewhere, you go to Golden Nugget. If you just try to play, get a couple of hands-on in, burn some cash, and then call it a day, you go to La Berge. That's where I'm at when it comes to these things. I don't know.
Yeah, I will be back though in Austin, and I will be asking for Rex again, what Texas staples are, what Longhorn staples are, and what I love at this point is kind of like when we went to Mizzou, Bear. It's so funny because you'll go to these places. I mean, we literally have it in the comments that I just said Matt's El Rancho. Somebody's like, "Yeah, you got to hit it." In the next comment, you ain't missing shit at Matt. So it's there's this divide within every fan base of what's good and what isn't. When I went to Missouri, I was told Shakespeare's Pizza was you got to go to Shakespeare's, and then I posted a video of it, and the amount of comments I got crapping all over it. I was like, "Y'all are the ones told me to come here," but when you have obviously multiple options in a city, there's always going to be debate about what's.
Well, somebody's going to tell you where to go. Always is the staple. When you go to Tuscaloosa, they always tell you, where's the first place you got to go? Got to go test out the barbecue. Got to go to Dreamland. Got to go check that place out. Got to go to Galatzan. I'll tell you.
I need to know. My goal for Tuscaloosa is to see more of the city than Innisfree.
Yeah. But to me, and this is where, just don't go with Chris Oxenrad and you'll be
right.
Fine.
I want to go. I will go. But,
right. But if you
not get there at 4:00.
Right. But if you go with me or you go with somebody other than the person that owns Innisfree, you're going to see more of the city. I mean, that's where we are. But when I go to Tuscaloosa for the first time back, I'm going to this place called Catfish Heaven. And it is a hole-in-the-wall restaurant that was my staple Friday go-to meal because I got 20 lemon pepper buffalo wings for $10. And the lady who made it also made the best Kool-Aid you could ever have in your entire life. It was fantastic. Whole meal was $12.95. Price probably gone up since the last time I went. But that was a part of my life that I wish I had back. That's what I'm talking about. There'll be people oh, you got to go check out this place. Got to go check out this place. No, you got to go check out this place that literally is nobody talks about. I promise you it's the best food you're ever going to have. And the locals will tell you that, not the students, not the fans that are watching along.
Yeah, I'm excited to get back to all these places. I will be back in Austin. It will be later this season. Who knows, though? I mean, maybe it's sooner than I think. I mean, Texas does play Vandy. So, God forbid. Who knows? Maybe at that point, Vandy's fighting for the playoff spot. Jordan, what's up? Eric, E. Henry, what's up, man?
Why are you here?
What's going on, fellas? Cole Thompson.
Dude, what's up, man?
How y'all doing? Where I want to know, where did you go last time when you were in Austin? Because Matt's El Rancho. I grew up in Austin, lived in Austin 21 years. Not the spot.
You see what I'm saying, Cole?
This is why people recommend it, and why people like me are realists and don't recommend it. You walk in there, it's a bunch of white people over 60 years old. What does that tell you? Not the spot. It's not bad food. It's like average, slightly above average, consistent queso, guac, margs. That part's great. But like the food itself could be more seasoned, could be better, but it's not a bad spot. It's consistent. Vibes are great. But like anyone who comes to Austin, Matt's El Rancho is like the 15th or 20th restaurant I recommend.
Well, I'll just say this. When I came to Austin last year, first time, only time, my tour guide was none other than CJ Vogel himself. So CJ did the very best job he could showing me around. It was my experience with Austin, though, probably be more the same this year when we come, was 6th Street, and then more 6th Street. So, and then a little bit of football mixed in. So
yep. That CJ Vogel.
It was East one night, West the next, and dirty to cap it off. So we
Jordan.
He would have took him to the Chili's in South Lamar if you let him.
Jordan, I was just about to say, I'm not laughing. When I laughed, I wasn't laughing at CJ, but I'm not stunned that CJ took him to Matt's because, like,
we didn't go to Matt's. That's what I'm saying.
Y'all didn't go to Matt's.
No, we went to Terry Black's, which was awesome.
Okay.
Good spot.
And then Friday, it wasn't. I don't know if saying it was a panic move is the right way, but we were just walking around campus and what's the huge bookstore right next to campus? The huge one.
The Co-op.
Yeah, the Co-op. Yeah, that's what it was. There was some show there, and then there was a Pluckers right next to it. So we ate at Pluckers for dinner, which I thought was fine. I'd never had it. I thought it was fine. Like whatever.
It's cool on a Wednesday at 7:00 for trivia night. That's pretty fun.
Yeah.
Cole had his VIP card.
Cole, I got to ask you this before y'all jump off, bro. Man, as someone who is newly in a relationship.
Look at
you. I decided, I'm not getting younger. Might as well.
Look at E. Henry going and making himself off the market.
When I go to Atlanta,
yes,
and we've been to Atlanta several times.
Yes.
For work, we're talking. I'm keeping in the realm of food. All right, you talked about lemon pepper buffalo wings and some Kool-Aid.
Yeah, you go to Magic City.
I go to Magic City.
You go to Magic City, and we call that a day.
I'll never forget Eric getting the seafood pasta.
Hey! That ain't really part of this conversation right now, Jordan.
Getting sick
I go to Magic
for an
City.
entire trip.
I go to Magic City. I might have gotten a little exotic and gotten the seafood quesadilla one time, in addition to wings, because I was starving. The wings and fries were fire. The quesadilla was not. But my question is, Cole, are my Magic City days over?
No.
Okay.
No.
Tell me.
Here's why. You go for the lemon pepper wings, and
Correct.
you make sure that you take a photo of those lemon pepper wings and send them to your significant other, so she can see just how beautiful those things are for you to be able to indulge on the rest of the debauchery that you're about to have fun with. That's what I will say.
So I've never been to Magic City and gotten the wings. I think when we go back to the SEC title this year, that's got to be included in the trip. My question is, will they let the vlog in Magic City? I'm thinking
no.
All right, guys, we got to bid y'all adieu for about an hour.
Bye, boys.
All right, boys, y'all be good. Have fun.
Good seeing y'all. Well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That is Eric Henry. Little Magic City talk as always on a Wednesday morning. But hey, you might be going back there soon. Maybe SEC championship. I don't know if SEC media days are there again next August or July, whenever that is. But they announced it yet?
Yeah, they announced it. I want to say, Jordan, they announced it, dog. And I have
Nashville.
Is it Nashville? Okay.
I just guessed. I don't know.
I got to look it up. They announced it. Okay. But hey, we will be in the greater Atlanta area for the Georgia game this year. So I will find a way to make a run that time. SEC Media Days 2026. They are okay. I swear they freaking announced this thing, and now they're saying they didn't. So never mind. Maybe they did not. I thought they did because I remember there being a whole thing of media days, but I could be wrong. So anyhow, carry on.
I'd love to see the SEC go off the beaten path and just be like, you know what, Shreveport, Louisiana. You know what?
Remember,
Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Media days were held in Birmingham for like a billion years, dog. So
yeah,
like you want to see a bunch of upset national media folks, put it in Shreveport or Birmingham. You know what? Just throw it in Orlando. How about that? That's all everyone's problem.
Green Bowl, Alabama. That's what they should do. All right. Texas, big win on Saturday. Obviously was non-competitive the whole time. Anything you want to hit on or talk about from the Texas game on Saturday before getting into some other things?
All right, man. I'll be super quick because obviously that game was what it was. It was against Sam Houston. I think everyone and their mother, if you were being real about that game, yeah, there were some people who were like, and we saw Jordan when we did our staff predictions, right? Some people were like, Texas is going to shut him out. What are y'all talking about? Have you seen this Texas offense? Blah, blah, whatever. Texas is going to score 50 points. No, like, it's Sam Houston, okay? And a bad Sam Houston team. We knew it was going to happen. Here are the major takeaways that I'm taking from that game. One, Arch Manning. Jordan, can we just admit, like, the taunt, that's who Arch Manning is. And hear me out and be quick. I'm not talking about that's who he is as like a person off the field. I'm just saying Arch Manning as a player, right? He is less of Peyton and Eli, no emotion, stone face, and he's more of like I just said it on the flagship podcast. I think he's he's Archie Manning in a 2025 college football world, right? To where I ain't never seen no footage of Archie Manning play college football, but I assume this is what Archie Manning would look like if he was playing in today's game, right? So he's more of that. So I think that's real. Getting Demo back certainly is real. I think he Demo at his best helps all of the receivers and this defense. I said it 2 weeks ago, and I'm going to say it again. Wherever this Texas team goes in 2025, we'll see what 2026 looks like. Wherever this team goes in 2025, it's going to be because this defense spearheads it. Can they be that Georgia defense level from what, 2022, 23, 21? We'll see. But I think wherever this team goes is going to be because the defense takes them there.
Good point. I've talked about it a little bit this season, but like it's kind of crazy how, you mentioned at one point in the season last year, it's like, hey, the defense doesn't come to correct today. Texas is losing because I don't know if they can score in the 20s. Like that happened in the A&M game. That happened in the Arkansas game. Several other games where the defense had to show up to get them the win because the offense was just struggling and, they were limited throwing the ball. Quinn Ewers' injury could only throw behind the line of scrimmage within 5-10 yards. And then, like, the Ohio State game kind of felt like that once you got into the game where it's like, hey, the defense has to come correct. They might have to score a touchdown for Texas to win. Obviously, they didn't. Texas lost. And, the defense didn't really have to show up the last 3 games. But I'm curious what it'll look like in conference play. And because, fair amount of SEC teams, like last year, Oklahoma didn't win a game unless their defense scored a touchdown. When they beat Alabama, Jalen Milroe threw 2 pick sixes. One of them to Kip Lewis, the Kip Six. And the same player, Kip Lewis, Kip Six, he did it again versus Auburn. And they only beat Auburn because they scored a defensive touchdown. So I'm very curious how the Texas defense, if they can continue, being this good in conference play, just because, I think statistically they are better than last year's defense through 4 games. But, you got to factor in 3 of the games going into the 4 games of this year: San Jose State, Sam Houston, and UTEP. So it's going to be interesting. What are you doing this weekend with Texas off on a bye week? Any fun plans or anything you're getting into?
Brother, I've been battling freaking diverticulitis. That's what had me in the hospital Friday morning. So, folks, real quick, just quick side note. If there is something wrong and it's not like viral, listen to your body, because my dumb ass treated diverticulitis like it's the flu. Like, all right, as long as I'm not contagious, And then, I can tough it out because the flu, I'm like, all right, I'm not getting anybody else sick. I can work. Sunday, I was a wreck. So we'll see what I'm going to do. I might go out to Dell Diamond just to see what's up with Texas baseball because that is one of my beats. But if not, probably going to lay low and chill. So I'm right for the rest of the season with this football-basketball overlap that's coming up.
What diverticulitis? How did you get this, and what even is this? I've never heard of this.
Diverticulitis, for those who don't know, it's inflammation of your colon, and you get it basically like it's basically your digestive system when your food isn't processing. Your stomach can't like digest the food, so it gets like these. Jordan, if you squeeze a balloon, right, like a half inflated balloon, it kind of comes through in your fingers, like pokes out. It just inflates, right? So basically, hella pain. You're fatigued. Like, bro, I have never felt fatigued or like body aches like this. And I had COVID when it first came out. So that was pretty rough. So, yeah, that's what it is, folks. So long story short, I'm not going for any like sob story. Like I'm good. It's not life threat. I mean, it can be, but in very rare cases, it's not like, a life-threatening disease like, other serious diseases I won't mention. But it is something I'm gonna have to live with, and I didn't know I had it until Friday. So there's that.
It's just something you're born with, and it kind of gets worse over time. Like I'm just curious. Like, do they pop the balloon? What's the end result? Kind of,
No, yeah, it's not something you're born with, but it's something like basically, Jordan. If you eat, they can't really pin what triggers it, right? But what they speculate is red meats, alcohol consumption, which I mean.
Magic City quesadillas.
Magic City quesadillas, right? Like I was a college student at a school that's known for partying, so I did my fair share of drinking, and then I bartended my way through grad school. All right, so I drank a fair amount before I became a professional. And like burgers and steaks are staples in my diet because my family. So I'll have to back off on some of those. But that's kind of how it happens. And yeah, you're not born with it, but it's not, like I said, it can. It's not life-threatening. So let me clear that up. But it can like severely affect your life depending on the level of you get it. But for the most part, Jordan, it's like you get it once or twice. And if you just follow certain diets and you pay attention to certain things, you won't get flare-ups and you'll be fine. So that's where we are.
Take your antibiotics,
correct.
Whatever it is.
Correct. The moral of the story, Jordan, is your boy's 34 now and not 24. So yeah, you can't just eat and drink whatever you want. That's the moral of the story.
Old man Henry.
Correct.
Old man Henry.
Correct.
Damn. That's nuts. You're better than me. I would have started a GoFundMe. Guys, I'm on my deathbed. No, I'm playing. I would never do such a thing. But hey, Rodney Smith telling us eat fiber.
Correct.
His brother had it, went to the ER, lost inches of his colon, got it removed. Can't lose E. Henry in the ER for a week, especially in football season.
Correct. Yeah.
I'll have to drive down to Austin and cover some press conferences. So I don't know. I'm excited for the bye week, driving into Austin for the second week in a row. My grandma turns 80, and we're having a big birthday party. But excited for the games: Georgia, Bama, A&M, Auburn, some other decent ones. I think TCU, Arizona State's a Friday game. Should be a good time. So yesterday, the SEC released the 2026 through 2029 conference opponents for each SEC team. These games do not have dates. Dates will not come out until the December before each season. So, for example, the 2026 season, we're not going to know the dates on the conference games until 3 months from now in December. So, since the non-conference games are booked years in advance and those dates are released years in advance, I have the dates for the non-conference games. And then Oklahoma, those dates aren't out, but since Texas and Oklahoma play the second Saturday of every October and have been traditionally, I just went ahead and threw in the second Saturday of October for each Oklahoma game. So we're going to go through it year by year. I'll also read off the opponents for those on audio only. In 2026, the three non-conference games, Texas State, then Ohio State, and then UTSA. I like this. It gives kind of a buffer. It's less you're kind of going into week one with your head up your ass, like with what happened with Texas and Ohio State this year. You don't know what to expect. And I mean, I said this during the Ohio State week, like one of the craziest things about that matchup, Ohio State is going to bring back so much, and so is Texas, because they're young teams. Like Ohio State's going to lose Caleb Downs and Sonny Styles and guys like that, but Jeremiah Smith's still coming back, Julian Sand, Brandon Ennis, they'll lose Carnell Tate. Those running backs will be back. Texas, they're going to lose probably Trevor Gooseby, Jack Endries, Anthony Hill, Michael Taft, but like Lance Jackson, Colin Simmons, Ryan Wingo, DeAndre Moore, all of them will likely be back. So could be an even bigger rematch or matchup this year. And then for the conference games, they have Arkansas, Florida, Mississippi State, and Ole Miss in Austin. The Oklahoma game, it's obviously a neutral site, but Texas is the away team on even years and the home team on odd years. The away games in 2026, the final year of Arch Manning, Texas will be traveling to Baton Rouge, Columbia, Missouri, Tennessee, and Texas A&M. Eric, what did you think of how they kind of did these schedules? Because like the way I anticipated it, the way I pre-wrote everything to have it ready, was that the 26 and 27 opponents would be the same, just flipped, and then 28 and 29 would be the same, just flipped. Instead, the 2028 opponents or the 2026 opponents flipped, and the 2029 opponents or the 2027 opponents flipped. Any thoughts on that?
That's exactly the way I would have pre-wrote it, because I would have assumed that Arkansas wouldn't be coming to Texas 2 years in a row, right?
Yeah.
So, hey, tough luck. We talked about on the flagship podcast, like tough. I don't know to Arkansas fans, but that's the way the cookie crumbles, I guess, right? That's the only thing that really caught my eye is that I would have assumed that you would just flip it in that sense. But yeah, when you do the schedule this way, it allows for all the teams in the SEC to play each other, right? So like that hasn't been the case in the past. I think the thing that's stood out most for a lot of Texas fans is A&M has never hosted Georgia, right?
Yeah.
The entire time they've been in the SEC.
Since 2012, 13
right.
seasons, or 14, or 13 this year. They're not going to College Station this year.
Right. Now, Georgia's a bit of an anomaly in the sense that they're kind of like Texas. They have their neutral site game, world's largest outdoor cocktail party. Since I'm on TSU, I can call it that and not whatever they call it now, the Florida-Georgia game, whatever, name that's safe for TV. It's the world's largest outdoor cocktail party. So you have that game, it's a neutral site game. And then, of course, Georgia has to play a rivalry game out of conference, right? Georgia Tech. So that makes it difficult to kind of do the home road thing with A&M, right? So I get how that happens. So at least you solve that problem. With the 26 schedule, I'm fired up to get to Tennessee, fired up to get to LSU. I mentioned this. I don't think I've ever mentioned it here on the air because I don't think Keenan and I were doing the previous show at the time. Have you been to Tiger Stadium, Jordan?
I'm not. I've driven past it several times. I was going to go to the LSU Florida game this year because it was the day after Diabell played Hayward Howard in New Orleans. But then, like Sunday or Monday, going into that week, found out that Diabell messed up his shoulder and that he was done for the year. And I was like, yeah, I'm not driving to New Orleans and doing like $1,000 round trip to see Hayward Howard play. Respectfully, I like the kid, but
yeah.
You got to get 2 content pieces with 2 commits out of a trip like that. And I wasn't driving to New Orleans for, again, Hayward Howard, with all due respect to him. Never done anything or been in the stadium besides driving past it on I-10.
That makes sense. The reason I mention that is I'm fired up to get back to LSU because the only time I've been was to cover the basketball game last year. And brother, let me tell you right now, Pete Maravich Center is a world-class dump. All right. I guess all the money that goes to LSU.
I remember this now. You complaining about the Pete Maravich Center.
My goodness, it's a dump. It goes to LSU baseball and goes to Tiger Stadium. So I'm excited to see if Tiger Stadium is better than that basketball arena. I'm assuming it is because that place is a dump. So there's that.
Real quick, we're slandering Pete Maravich.
No.
Anyone's into books, he'll get you this one. It's a great one. It's called Pistol, The Life of Pete Maravich by Mark Kriegel. Great, phenomenal read. Grew up in Steel City, blue-collar Pittsburgh, and about making it out. His crazy-ass father, how he lost his mind, and all that. It's nuts.
Now,
you read
Jordan,
it?
I just was gonna say I've heard you talk about the book, so I was gonna tell you to talk about it, but you just did right there. So,
Yeah.
and Mark Kriegel, really good author. So I didn't even know that's who authored it. So I definitely will read it because of that. But no, I wasn't slandering Pistol Pete. I'm slandering the
building named after him.
The concrete slab that they have the great Pistol Pete's name on. That's what I'm slandering. So there's that. But no, yeah, I'm fired up to get to LSU. And I'm trying to think what was the other takeaway I had from this besides all the teams playing each other.
Knoxville.
I mean, definitely Knoxville. Definitely excited to get to Tennessee.
Texas has never played in Knoxville.
Right. And I'm not surprised considering, the leagues and where they were. I am a little surprised, Jordan, that in some form or fashion, right, Arch Manning, because let's call a spade, right? The SEC schedule makers, like, it's all entertainment. They understand what this is.
Yeah, they're looking at these names and money signs are popping up for their eyes like a cartoon.
I was surprised that somehow, some way, Arch Manning will not play in the state of Mississippi, basically Ole Miss, right?
Agreed.
I thought there was some way that's going to make that happen, but outside of that, not surprised.
Agreed. I mean, I like that they're making him go to Knoxville, where Peyton played, but my dad and I were tentatively planning to do a road trip to the Ole Miss game in 26. Now we got to wait till 2028. But I mean, hey, some return opponents: Florida, Mississippi State, obviously Arkansas, and MOU. I brought it up yesterday that I thought it was really important that, since Texas OU is a neutral site game, that the Arkansas and A&M games with Texas are flipped, so that one's home and one's away instead of like where it's been this year and last year where they got to go to Arkansas and Cal Field the same year or whatnot. Hold up. Sorry, my puppy's being a terrorist.
No, you're good.
So I thought that was very notable and a big deal for Texas. We're going to look at 2027. They, out of the next 4 years, 11 of 12 non-conference opponents are scheduled. They have not filled in the, whatever way you want to look at it, the first or the third non-con opponent. Right now, the only ones that are scheduled: Michigan in Austin, September 11th, 2027. And then UTEP in Austin, September 18th, 2027. That year, they're going to have the Auburn Tigers in Austin, I believe, for the first time since 1987. They'll have Georgia back in Austin, first time since 2024. Kentucky in Austin, first time since 2024. And then A&M will be in Austin, who has not played in Austin since either 2010 or 2009, but, they'll obviously come this November. Texas will be the home game in the Red River rivalry that year in 2027, since it's an odd year. And then Texas will be traveling to Tuscaloosa, Fayetteville, Columbia, South Carolina, and Nashville. Any thoughts on this year?
Definitely excited about the South Carolina trip, right? Obviously being from Florida, I've been through a lot of the states in the South, being, like I said, from Florida and having covered the Sun Belt and Conference USA, but I've never been to South Carolina. So I'm super fired up to get to Williams-Brice. I've heard a lot of great things about Gamecock fans. Heard they just like to have a good time. Haven't really heard like many bad things about it. So it just sounds like, a good party. So I'm definitely fired up for that. Vandy, again, kind of is what it is. You know what you have there. I guess from a work perspective, I'm excited to see if First Bank Stadium is actually like, Jordan, did I tell you this about First Bank Stadium? Not because of the construction. It's the layout of the stadium. In order to get into the press box, if you're not paying attention, because Vandy's color is black, right? Yeah, you're good. For the audience, Vandy's color is black. So the color scheme of like their wallpaper and stuff is all black in the, around the walls of their stadium. If you're not paying attention, the locker room is super tight. And it's just a sharp left to go through a door to go to like where the press box is. I think that's because of construction. Jordan, there were like, I'd say half a dozen media members who were like, oh, okay, they're supposed to go this way to the press box. And they made it about like 3 steps away from the Texas locker room because the walk to go to the locker room and just cut up, a sharp left to go to the press box right there. So I remember, I won't say who it was, who was like greeted by all 6'5", 330 of Alfred Collins, was like, oh crap, I clearly am not going the right way last year, so that was pretty funny. It wasn't me. I won't say who it was, but that's Vandy. Arkansas, again, is what it is. I think Alabama's going to be super interesting because that's the first time they're playing as SEC teams. You know, Bama's going to want payback for the game 2 years ago. And the home schedule, man, like you get Auburn. That's super interesting. You get Michigan. Like there's a TBD there. You assume that's probably going to be some Group of 5 opponent there. The 27 schedule, again, shapes up super interesting. And I'll make Chris Del Conte's point, right? With the 9-game SEC schedule, you get 4 true SEC home games, right? So I think that's a plus for Texas fans.
Oh, yeah. Only time it sucks is, they'd have 5 every other year, but they got the OU game in Dallas. The Arkansas away at Arkansas intrigues me. Obviously, I know they'll be going, to Arkansas every other year, but I mean, Texas, they got off lucky. We were there last year. It was an 11 a.m. kick. It was still rowdy as hell. If that's a night game, it's a whole nother ball game down there in Vietnam. 2028, they have Louisiana Tech at home. They go to South Bend, Indiana to play the Notre Dame Fighting Irish Week 2. And then they have UTSA at home September 16th, Week 3. And again, this is in 2028. That year, they will have Arkansas, LSU, Missouri, and Tennessee in DKR in Austin. And they will be the away team in the Red River game. It's an even year. And then they will travel to Gainesville, Florida, Starkville, Mississippi, Oxford, Mississippi, and College Station, Texas. So this will be the next time Texas plays Oxford or plays Ole Miss in the Grove. Very unlikely Arch Manning's still around. If he is, then something has gone horribly wrong. Any thoughts on this year? Texas getting to the Grove, Stark Vegas again, Gainesville again.
Forgive me, I was dealing with a text about the work podcast. Some changes are coming there, so just put that aside. 2 trips to Mississippi. Yay. Great. I'm already dreading the one trip I got to make to Starkville to. Listen, I've heard phenomenal things about the Grove. Never been. This is Texas Sports Unfiltered, so I can just say this here and maybe other platforms that I wouldn't say. If you are a fan of women, the Grove should appeal to you. Although, as I've heard, it's only one type of woman, which, again, that don't really appeal to your boy. I prefer a little more diversity when it comes to women.
Nashville.
Right. But if you like that one type of
capital of the world.
Correct. If you like that one type of woman, Ole Miss is going to be right for you. Okay. So there's that. That honestly, of the away schedules, Jordan, the 2028 schedule is the one that looks like the most, from a fan's perspective, right? And this is also something else. I think what I like about the league scheduling or announcing the schedules this far in advance, right? 3-4 years is this gives fans the opportunity to plan like, yo, I'm going to go to the Grove. I'm going to go to this, right? As opposed to, and I'm assuming most fans have season tickets, but let's just say you're not a season ticket holder and you're a game by game person, right? You decide, all right, I don't want to go to the UTSA and Louisiana Tech games at home because I know I'm going to South Bend and I'm going to save up and go to Ole Miss and A&M, right? From a ticket perspective. I think that's cool. And just in general, like it gives fans more like runway to plan these things out as opposed to, months in advance. You get years in advance.
Yeah. The only problem is there's no dates until 9 months before the season in December. But still, it's a thought that matters. That LSU game will be interesting. Last time LSU came to Austin, 2019, Joe Burrow, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase. It was a close game. Texas lost by 7 points. That was the third smallest margin of victory that LSU team had all year. Only Bama and Auburn, who were both top 10 that year, had a closer game with the Tigers. And we obviously know how the rest of that season went. Eric, you won't know anything about this, but Keontae Ingram, a name not mentioned very in poor light, along with Texas LSU. He dropped like 2 different touchdown passes, and I mean, BJ Foster in Texas, like they couldn't catch a cold that night, and they were trying to guard Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase. So I mean, yeah, it was a crazy game. One of the that's up there with the Alabama 2022 game is like probably craziest games in DKR last 10 years. It's up there. I'm pretty sure there was like a breach in the gates before the game, and the student section was like filled up like way over capacity, like 2.5 hours before the game. It was one of those situations. 2029, Texas has their 3 non-conference opponents already locked in. They'll be at home versus ULM September 1st. They'll be at home against UTEP September 15th, little week 2 bye week right there. And then they'll be at home against Notre Dame September 22nd. That year in conference play, they will have Alabama, South Carolina, Texas A&M, and Vanderbilt in Austin. They'll be the home team in Dallas versus OU. And their away SEC games will be Arkansas, Auburn, Georgia, and Kentucky. Any thoughts on this one?
You know, this is the one, like, I tried to also consider strength of schedule, Jordan, when looking at my thoughts on this. But 2029 is so far out, like, I couldn't even begin to put together. And you know this, being in the weeds of, you know, recruiting and transfers and all that, like, bro, you have no idea what team's going to look like in 2029. So I couldn't even try to fathom what strength of schedule would look like. Just on the surface, it seems like Kentucky, Vandy, South Carolina, Arkansas, manageable, right? Especially, you know, your road games. I mean, Arkansas, Kentucky should be manageable. But again, like, it's so far out. Like, I can't even say that wholeheartedly, you know?
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. Like, we could probably spend a whole episode riffing or just spitballing, like, who's going to be coaching Auburn at this time. Because It ain't Hugh Freeze. You know, Sam Pittman ain't going to be coaching Arkansas in 2029. If he is, it's on a video game. So, I don't know. I'm excited, though. You know, it's kind of random timing, I feel like, for them to do it in the season. But, hey, I love them giving us the schedules. All right, going to blaze through these real quick. Some fun facts on all 15 of these SEC opponents. The first time Texas ever played played Alabama, 1902 in Tuscaloosa. The Longhorns won 10-0. Last time Texas played in Tuscaloosa, September 9th, 2023. Texas won 34-24. First kind of big statement win of the Sarkisian era, and the last home loss of Nick Saban's historic career. Last time Texas played Bama in Austin, Bryce Young, he put on the cape, saved the day for the Crimson Tide, and they also got away with a safety that was not called in the end zone, which should have been. And CB, great point. LSU was faking an injuries that 2019 game. There's a lot of drama going on in that 2019 game versus LSU. Arkansas, last time Texas played Arkansas in Fayetteville, obviously last year Texas won 20-10. Quinn Ewers and Texas struggled versus the 3-high safety look, but kind of defense came together and they worked it out. Matt Golden had 2 touchdowns. And the first ever time the Hogs and the Horns played 1894, Texas won 54-0 in Austin. I didn't even know they could score 50-plus points back then.
I was just about to say the same thing. How you score 54 points like before the forward pass, dog?
Yeah, hey, I name dropped the Texas coach, but I don't know who it is. That's back in the varsity athletic field days, pre-Clark Field days. The last time Texas played Arkansas in Austin, which will happen in November, but it hasn't happened since September 27th, 2008. Texas won 52-10. Listen to these names: Colt McCoy, Cody Johnson, Jordan Shipley, and Quan Cosby combined to score 6 touchdowns. In addition to Jim Thorpe Award winner Aaron Williams, he had an 81-yard pick 6. And then I shouldn't have brought this up, but I'm going to do it. Texas also played Arkansas in the 2014 Texas Bowl, lost 31-7. That's when Charlie Strong and his defense let some unnamed, forgettable Arkansas running back run for like 300 yards. That game wasn't even competitive. And Texas is 57-23 all time versus Arkansas. Auburn, Texas, they'll play Auburn in Austin in 2027 and in Auburn in 2029. First time they played, October 29th, 1910. Texas won 9-0. Shout out to the kicker. The last time Texas played Auburn in Austin, 1987. Texas lost 31-3. Eric Metcalf, 79 rushing yards. Brett Stafford, only 116 passing yards and 2 interceptions. Texas kept out of the end zone by the number 5 ranked Tigers. Last time Auburn played in Austin, September 21st, 1991. Texas lost 14-10. Jimmy Saxton, Peter Gardier combined to go 14 of 32 passing for 215 yards and 3 picks in the loss. Fun fact, Peter Gardier, who is out of it's now Houston Wisdom. It was Houston Lee or something like that, and it got changed. But out of Houston, he's the only quarterback in the history of the Texas OU rivalry to be 4-0 versus the other team as a starter. He never lost to OU. And OU has never had a quarterback who went 4-0 versus Texas. Fun fact. In the Longhorns are 5-3 versus Auburn all time. However, Auburn has won the last 2 games that were played in 87 and 91. Florida, first ever matchup in 1924. They tied 7-7 in Austin. Last time Texas played Florida in Gainesville, 1940. Wowza. Texas won 26-0. Stats are unavailable, and I mean, this will obviously change when Texas goes to Florida here in a few weeks. Last time Texas played Florida in Austin last year, Texas won 49-17. Florida had a ton of injuries. And fun fact, Florida has never beat Texas. They played 4 times. Texas won 3 times. They've tied once. Georgia, Texas is going to Georgia, or Texas has Georgia in Austin in 27 and in Athens in 2029. First time they played, 1949 Orange Bowl. Texas won 41-28 in Miami. The last time Georgia played in Athens, actually, they've never played in Athens. They will in November. But there's I wrote here that they played in Atlanta at Georgia Tech Stadium because it was a bigger field. Had in Old Head, or Unk, I should say, subscriber, send me a private message. He was at this game. Apparently, they didn't move because it was a bigger stadium. They moved it because it was a doubleheader, and there was another game that day between Auburn and someone else, and that Texas wouldn't have played in that game had it not been because of the doubleheader, because apparently doubleheaders are paying more money than traditional games. The more you know. That was back in 1957. And then Texas obviously had Georgia and Austin last year, lost 30-15. That was a rough one, a very forgettable one. Texas 4-3 all-time versus Georgia. However, the Bulldogs have a 2-game win streak. Kentucky, first ever matchup, 1951. Texas won 7-6 in Austin. Texas has never played in Lexington. Going to change here in a few weeks, though. And then, Kentucky went to Austin last year in November. Texas won 31-14. Trey Wisner, Jaden Blue, 254 yards on the ground. And Texas, 2-0 versus the Wildcats. That win streak goes back to 1951, the first ever time they played. Texas going to be in Baton Rouge in 2026. They'll have LSU in Austin in 2028. First time they ever played, November 16th, 1896. LSU won 14-0 in Baton Rouge. The last time Texas played LSU in Baton Rouge, they were supposed to in 2020, and then the COVID year happened, and that game was scheduled or was canceled and never rescheduled. So the last time they played, 1953, LSU won 20-7. Texas had 58 rushing yards, 96 passing yards. 7 different Longhorns attempted to pass that game. I had looked up multiple stat sheets. 7 different Texas players attempted to pass in a game in 1953. And then, like I said earlier, last time Texas played in Austin, September 7, 2019, LSU won 45-38, broke the hearts of Sam Ehlinger and company. Texas is 9-8 versus LSU, or has won 9, lost 8 versus LSU. They have tied once. LSU has the active win streak of 1 that goes back to 2019. Mississippi State, first time Texas Mississippi State ever played, 1921. Hold up. Sorry. First time Texas Mississippi State played, 1921. Longhorns won 54-7 in Austin. Last time Texas played in Stark Vegas, 1991. Texas lost 13-6. And then last time Mississippi State played in Austin, obviously last year, Texas won 35-13. Arch Manning's first ever SEC start. The Longhorns are 3-2 versus Mississippi State all time. Missouri, depending on how you feel about the Tigers, they play Texas and Columbia in 2026 and in Austin in 2028. The first ever matchup, 1894. Texas lost 28-0 in Austin. Last time Texas played Mizzou in Columbia, Texas lost 17-5. David Ash and Case McCoy combined for only 193 yards and 1 pick through the air. Texas only had 76 rushing yards. The last time Mizzou came to Austin, 08, Texas won 56-31. Colt McCoy, 29-32 for 337 and 2 touchdowns in a duel with Chase Daniel, now commentator. Chris Ogbanaya. What do you know about Chris Ogbanaya, Eric? You don't know nothing. And Vondrell McGee led Texas's rushing attack, 203 yards on the night. And Texas, they also obviously played Mizzou in the 2017 Texas Bowl, won 33-16. That was the Tom Herman backpack game versus Drew Lock. All-time record, Texas, 18 wins, 9 losses. They have tied with Mizzou once. Texas has the win streak going back to 2017. We can skip over OU. Y'all already know everything about them. Ole Miss coming to Austin 2026. Texas going to Oxford in 2028. First ever matchup, 1912. Texas won 53-14 in Houston. Last time Texas played Ole Miss in Oxford, September 15th, 2012. Texas won 66-31. David Ash, 19-23 passing for 326 yards and 4 touchdowns. And Malcolm Brown, the running back, not the D tackle. Texas had 2 Malcolm Browns on the same team for like 2 or 3 years. Fun fact, Eric. He had 21 carries, 128 rushing yards, and 2 touchdowns. Power Texas offense to 676 total scrimmage yards in the Longhorns' blowout of the Rebels. Last time Texas played Ole Miss in Austin, September 14, 2013. Texas lost 44-23. Bo Wallace, 177 yards and 2 touchdowns. Jeff Scott rushed for 272 yards, or combined with other Rebels to rush for 272. This win has since been vacated, so it's not actually in the record book because, Houston Dunn and Hugh Freeze were doing some illegal things over there in Oxford, and these wins were stripped. All-time record, Texas is 6-1 versus Ole Miss, or 6-2 if you count the vacated 2013 win. Texas, they've won 3 in a row versus Ole Miss, going back to 1961, or Ole Miss has the win streak at 1 if you count the vacated win. Up to you to decide. South Carolina, Texas going to South Carolina in 2027. They have them in Austin in 2029. First time they ever played, 1957. South Carolina won 27-21 in Austin. That is the only time they played, was in 1957 when South Carolina won 27-21. Texas has never been to Columbia, South Carolina, and they have only, again, played them once, and that was in Austin. So that one's interesting. Tennessee, Texas going to Tennessee in 2026. They'll have them in Austin in 2028. First time they ever played, 1951 in the 1951 Cotton Bowl. Tennessee won 20-14 in Dallas. Fun fact, these teams have played 3 times. They have never played outside of the Cotton Bowl. They've only played at the Cotton Bowl, 1950, 1952, and 1968. Tennessee won the first one in 1950. Longhorns won the 1952 and 1968 matchup. Have a 2-game win streak going into that game in Knoxville in 2026. A&M, nothing really here that no one already knows. The only thing I'll hit on last time they came to Austin. Last time Texas A&M came to Austin, November 25th, 2010. Texas lost 24-17. Garrett Gilbert, what a blast from the past. Threw 2 interceptions. A&M Cyrus Gray rushed for 223 yards and 2 touchdowns. But again, this will change come November when A&M travels to Austin. Longhorns are 77-37 versus A&M. They have tied 5 times. And hey, Eric, A&M, they haven't beat Texas since 2010. It's been 15 years. Last but certainly not least, the Vanderbilt Doors. Texas going to Vanderbilt in 2027. Then they have them in Austin in 2029. Vanderbilt will, of course, be going to Austin in November as well. Last time Texas played in Nashville, last October, Texas won 27-24. big bounce back game for them because this was the first game following the defeat to Georgia and Austin. The last time Texas played Vandy in Austin, 1903, they tied 5-5. They have only played each other 7 times, but 7 of those games were, or they've only played each other 13 times. 7 of those games were in Dallas, 5 were in Nashville, and the only one that was in Austin was in 1903, but that'll obviously change in November. Vandy is one of 2 SEC teams with a positive record versus the Longhorns. In the 13 games they played, Texas has only won 4 times. They've tied once, and they've lost to Vandy 8 times. Like 7 of those 8 losses to Vandy came in like the 1920s, though. So, I mean, wherever your priorities are. And, hey, Longhorns have the win streak. So that's what we got for fun facts from the schedule. Some other things I want to get into. 2 notable injuries to quarterbacks Texas is going to face their next 2 games. DJ Lagway, talked a little bit about it yesterday. He's back in a boot. Apparently, Swamp 24/7, our 24/7 site for the Florida market, has reported. They talked to someone close to Lagway. He's expected to play versus Texas October 4th. So maybe he shows up, maybe he doesn't. Right now, the expectation is he will. More importantly, however, John Mateer, Moneyline Mateer for the Oklahoma Sooners, has a right thumb injury that's going to need surgery. Apparently, he's going out to Los Angeles today for the surgery. I've seen it reported it'll take about a month. I've seen it reported at least 3 weeks. Well, Texas plays OU in Dallas, or plays Oklahoma in Dallas in 17 days. Clock is ticking. Any thoughts on either the Lagway or Mateer injury?
I'll hit both real quick. One, I don't think there's a snowball's chance in hell that John Mateer plays. It's his throwing hand, all right? And
yep.
Like you said, and I said this on the show earlier, it's 17 days. I don't see it. DJ Lagway, Steve Sarkisian said last Thursday that one of his fears and a reason that he advocates for just getting rid of the redshirt rule is that players are just saying, like, now if they know they're going to transfer, they're shutting it down before 4 games, right? Mr. Lagway might want to get a friend or some advice, because if Billy Napier sends him out there hobbled, not 100%, and seemingly he was hobbled to start the year, I say seemingly because I don't know. He was hobbled to start the year against his Texas defense. That might be malpractice.
Yeah. I'm very curious how he handles it. Also very curious what uniform he'll be wearing next year. I keep saying if I'm him or was his agent, I'd be this might be the only time I'd be trying to call Brian Kelly, because I think he'd fit well at LSU. No one else really to compete with. If he isn't the guy, it's Michael Van Buren. They didn't sign anyone in 2025 out of high school, and they have no one committed in 2026 either. It just makes so much sense, and they always have NFL receivers. And the Mateer thing, I mean, I'm with you. Like, if he's playing versus Texas, it's because he can't feel his right hand.
Right.
And he's out there just, like, loaded on Vicodin or whatever the hell they're going to shoot him up with, So I'm very curious how that'll work. Michael Hawkins is going to start versus Kent State for Oklahoma this week. And then they have a bye. And, I mean, he'll start versus Texas if Moneyline Mateer is ready to go. Any thoughts on Bruce Pearl retiring and giving it to his son and some nepotism when Bruce Pearl often was outspoken against the nepotism around Bronny James? Any thoughts?
Well, I mean, listen, man, I'm not going to bash Bruce Pearl, all right? I had one interaction with Bruce Pearl. It was actually really good. It was post when Auburn came to Texas, and he gave me like a very good, intelligent basketball answer to my question, which, like, I always appreciate the coaches who do that, especially, and I have no issue. I would have said this a year ago. I'll say it now. Rodney Terry, didn't matter what you asked him. Rodney Terry was going to answer, but Rodney Terry wanted to answer, right? So I always appreciated when Bruce Pearls and John Calipari's would come in and give great basketball answers, right? But I thought Bruce Pearl was retiring to go to Washington, D.C. to run for Senate or something, right? He said that he's not going to do that because that'd require him to leave Auburn. As far as the nepotism thing, I'm not stunned, Jordan, because I mean, I don't expect Bruce Pearl to maintain any level of consistency when it comes to that, right? His son got his start playing at Tennessee under his dad. Here's what I think is super interesting in case fans don't know. Stephen Pearl, who was taking over the job, he wasn't even one of these coaches' kids who's like, all right, I know my ceiling, and then I'm going to go right into coaching after playing. Jordan, he was working as I believe, a financial advisor, not even working in basketball, not even working as a coach. I believe he was a financial advisor. Someone can correct me on that, but I know he was not coaching.
You are correct. He was like 31 or in his 30s or something when he got hired onto his dad's staff.
And as Jordan said, the only job he's had has been on his dad's staff, right? So, listen, I'm a big believer, don't hate the player, hate the game, but just acknowledge the game. It's as simple as that. So, yeah.
Mike Gundy, I had heard he was getting fired on the field if they lost to Tulsa on Friday. He was not fired on the field, but they did lose, and he was fired yesterday. Any thoughts on that one? You know, I've seen a lot of people on their board or online being like, this is blasphemy. He created this program. He did all this. He's been there this long. He's won so much. Like, they've lost like 15 of their last 16 FBS games. I get it. Trust me, I get it. But, like, you can't have 2 dog shit years like this in a row because they're just non-competitive this year. They were non-competitive last year. And the last time they were good was in 2023, and all their dreams ended in the Big 12 championship game when Texas was up so much. They put in Jonathan Brooks with 1 ACL wearing all those chains to knee the ball, if anyone remembers that. Like, they've never been the same since then. I don't know if Ollie Gordon just patched over all those problems. They obviously had that linebacker from Texarkana Pleasant Grove that the Niners drafted, Nick Martin. He was great for them. They've had a few other NFL guys. Kobe Black's older brother, Corey Black, he was selected in April in the NFL draft. But, I mean, dude, they are horrible. They have like 60 new players this year. They had to hit the portal hard. And the whole thing is just stupid as hell to me because last year they wanted to fire Gundy. For him to keep his job, they said, you're going to take a pay cut and we're firing everyone on this staff, not named Mike Gundy. That's exactly what happened. And now they're firing the entire staff, not named Mike Gundy, who have been there less than a calendar year. Like, play stupid games, win stupid prizes, you know? And I feel bad. There's a kid I know from the Austin area. He's a true freshman at Oklahoma State. His senior year, something's happened. He wasn't able to play. He was already committed to Oklahoma State, though, so it didn't matter. He did all the schoolwork to enroll early. He was going to be at Oklahoma State in January. They call him 2 days after he signed in December, say, hey, man, we're sorry. We don't have room for you. We still love you. We still want to take you. But you can't move in until June now. We just don't have room for you. And that happened because Gundy in Oklahoma State recruits JUCO more than anyone else. Around that time is when Pavia got the extra year, the JUCO ruling, and that opened Pandora's box for all these other JUCO players to be able to do the same thing. So they had like 15 players that would have been done after last year, but the JUCO thing happened so they could come back, and they were in spring ball. And they told the kid I knew, you can't come till June. They didn't tell him that reason, but that's the reason for it. He shows up in June. The coach he committed to, they recruited him, that he signed to, has been fired because he got fired in December with the rest of the assistant staff. So the only coach he has a connection to this entire year at Oklahoma State is the head coach. Now he's been fired. And this kid is just there. And he's low on the depth chart, probably not going to get any snaps this year unless they have a ton of opt-outs or people go in the portal. And whoever comes in can just push him out and do whatever they want, and he has to accept it. You know, so like I've been making fun of Gundy in Oklahoma State all week, but you know, once you start getting calls and like stories like that, it's like, man, this is some real shit at the end of the day. Everyone on that staff, they got to get a new job. They got to find something to put food on the table for their families. A lot of those kids that are making however much in NIL, that's not going to be the same 2-3 months from now, and that new coach comes in and says, we're paying them way too much. You're making $50K or you're getting the fuck out. You know, it's real. That's how it works. So I'm very curious to see who they hire. Do you have any names, any candidates you like early on for that job, for a mini hot board, anything like that?
Yeah, I'll give you 2 quick thoughts. One, name G.J. Kinney. I think Texas State continues to have a good year. That's his job to lose, in my mind. I I'm not going to lie. The Zach Robinson thing for the vibes wouldn't stun me. I'm not saying it's what they should do. I'm just saying it wouldn't stun me. And quick thought on the people who are up in arms about, oh my gosh, what that program was, so on and so forth. Nah, dog, this ain't the Lifetime Achievement Award. I'm from Florida. Jordan, Bobby Bowden, they did that for 5 years, right? I know, like, Bobby Bowden was fired in 08, 09, so I don't know how much you remember about that because you know we're in elementary school, but like they did that for Bobby Bowden for 5 years, right? We were just we had been a previously an all-women's school like 20 years before you got here, and now you made us this, right? Let's keep you around, coach. Oh, anybody named Bowden gets to have a job? Yep. Well, you got it, coach. And you saw what happened. The game passed him by, right? Same thing here. So, yeah, sorry, not sorry. Like, you can respect his legacy and also say it was time to move on.
Yeah. Zach Robinson is the name I've seen brought up the most, like in the first 24 hours or however long it's been since he's been officially fired. But I don't think they should hire him. He's never been a head coach. He's only been a play caller or a position coach or a coordinator. He's currently the OC for the Atlanta Falcons. There aren't any Bijan Robinsons or Michael Penixes or Drake Londons or Kyle Pittses walking around Oklahoma State. Like, it's almost an entirely different sport at that point. He's never recruited. He's never built a roster. He's never managed a roster. And also, like, for how much Oklahoma State, because apparently they're going to get rid of the AD and there's going to be a complete new overhaul in their athletics department and everything like that. If you're going to tear it down to the studs and say, hey, Mike Gundy, it was a great era, but we're past this era of Oklahoma State athletics. We need a new, fresh start. Then you don't go and hire one of Gundy's best all-time quarterbacks.
Right.
I know he's an Oklahoma State alum still, but you don't hear and see Zach Robinson without thinking of Gundy. And if it's a whole new, fresh start, it should not be Zach Robinson. And I don't even know if he takes that job because he's never been in college. I think G.J. Kinney would be great. He has some pull in Oklahoma, a lot of respect. Obviously, he played at Tulsa. Has been doing a really good job at Texas State. And, like, if you're at a place like Oklahoma State, you need a head coach who kind of, you know, has a shtick or is a character like Gundy or even a Mike Leach type.
Yeah.
Or you need someone who is really fucking good at scheming and game day things. That's what Texas State is. DJ Kinney, his offense. Like, he lost Mac Leftwich, and they're still doing pretty damn good. So I think he'd be a great name. He can also recruit the state of Texas well. Jeff Traylor, similar thing to Kinney, doesn't have quite the pull in Oklahoma, but a lot of respect in Texas. I think Eric Morris would be really, really good from UNT. I mean, they just went to West Point and beat Army, and I didn't think there was any way they could have done that, but they did. I've seen Jim Knowles get brought up. That just doesn't seem realistic. Took a DC job at Penn State, just left Ohio State, first year at Penn State. He's originally from Philadelphia. It's kind of the hometown school. And he's only ever been a head coach at the college level at Cornell. He was there 6 years. He was 26-34 in 6 years. He's not the head coach. He's also, like, even older than Gundy is. So I think G.J. Kinney's a man, or Traylor, or Eric Morris. I think it should be one of those three guys. I think Alex Gola should be great, but I think he's going to have access to bigger jobs this cycle. And, I mean, there's no way in hell Oklahoma State can get Brent Key from Georgia Tech. They're going to get someone from Georgia Tech. It's Blake Gideon, but that's not happening either. So yeah. But any other thoughts you want to hit on before we get out of here?
Bro, I think we're clear.
Awesome. Well, hey, get over to the Texas Sports Unfiltered app for the Midday Mashup. Sorry, BK's out. He didn't shoot me a text for what I'm supposed to say this time. But yeah, Midday Mashup, Texas Sports Unfiltered. Everyone who tuned in today, appreciate it. Jake Bayless, JW Crunch, CB, David Keith Williams, Doza, the whole gang, Harry Dean. Appreciate all y'all, Patrick. Y'all have a great one. Happy Hump Day. Chip and Zay going to be back on the live stream at 2 p.m. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever your live stream. Thanks for tuning in. Leave us a like, comment, and subscribe. And happy Hump